Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another edition here of the LiuLi Cup Weekly number 3. I'm, of course, just that VIP with me and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all to our... Oh my god. Let's go. Welcome, one and all, to our weekly dose of LiuLi StarCraft. Again, this is a new open tournament series, open weekly tournament series. Every single week we have LiuLi Cup. We have an end of month finals, and fun fact, we're stepping into a random versus a random matchup. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Lost Fantasy, we have our Ukrainian random player. He is the Ukrainian random player. He is landing on a Protoss. He has told his opponent his, of course, race. It is Hacker is tough. Goddamn panties. And spawning in the top side of Lost Fantasy, we have the South Korean, typically Protoss player, but random player landing on Terran, and of course telling his opponents the race he landed on. It is herO. Let's go, baby. Let's go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Now, this is not the first time we've seen herO play Terran. herO, he has actually played a lot of off-race in show matches against Dark, and show matches against, I want to say, Maru as well. Like, herO, he has had some fun off-racing. And from my understanding, his second best race is Terran. And his Terran is actually pretty good. His Terran is around 6k. It's around 6k, so it is GM. It is pretty high level as well. So his his Terran is not one to be trifled with here. We'll see if Hacker's Top can keep up. Oh boy. Now, if you know anything about Hacker's Top is a very aggressive player, very aggressive, very cheesy as well. He always all-ins. He always all-ins, whether he plays Protoss, Terran, or Zerg, an all-in should be coming. Meanwhile, from the side of herO, double gas opener, herO, he often is also very aggressive and very assertive, but usually in the mid-game when he plays Terran, typically. We have seen him cheese as well, but we'll see. We'll see how he does kind of bring this all together. Let's go. Let's go. But now we do have our initial, was it 2-gate opener? Single gate expand. So gate cyber expand here out of Hacker's Top.
Probes are under attack.
Probe does go down. And again, so far we have the faster factory. Technically, this can turn into a one-base all-in. I mean, welcome to Lost Fantasy. Lost Fantasy is one of the it is the most viewed map of the map pool. But we can see herO, he's looking to expand, and herO, he's scouting for his opponent. Remember, this is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, or right, or top side as well. herO scouts. He does determine the location of Hacker's Top. He already scouted the location of herO, so he's already aware. And we'll see how this all comes together. Oh boy. We shall see. So we are setting up. And we are reactoring out those Reapers. So reacted Reaper Hellion out of herO. herO is getting into zone 111. Likewise, we do have interesting tech of choice from Hacker's Top, not going Twilight Council. He's going to be opening up Robo. So Robo-based opener here out of Hacker's Top. With this Robo, he can go into early Immortal production. He can go into an early Bay, into early Colossus as well. So typically, this is a very defensive way to open up, just because you're going to be lacking map control. You're going to be lacking a Blink. You're going to be lacking Phoenixes or Oracles for any kind of harass, any kind of scouting. You want no shield battery? Uh-oh. Yeah, no shield battery in position. Boys are being pulled. Hellions, they are going to be pulling away. And probes are going down. Probes are going down. This is getting out of hand already. And this might be game. There's no warp gate. Warp gate is not ready. Warp gate is not done. There are zero units to defend. Does fully wall up, but the Reapers are getting in. And GG gets caught. No shield battery, no Sim City, no warp gate. And herO takes game 1. GG, well played. herO does snowball out of control. A really unfortunate start there for Hacker's Top. We didn't even get into our game. We didn't even get into our builds, as everything just kind of fell apart then and there. Again, there was no wall off, there was no shield battery, there was no defensive setup, and again, without warp gate, couldn't warp in. Could not warp in to defend. GG, well played. Also, a big shout out in the chat. Shout out to Esther Werehugged, papi. Esther Werehugged. Ay. Thank you so much. as we are setting up. They're saying in the in-game chat they might change the brackets. Rex said they are adjusting the bracket right now. Oh, we've already begun. Un momento. Okay. Interesting. Hopefully everything's... the problem here is that we're on the Americas server. So so we might just play out our series. Yeah, we'll see. I'll definitely keep my eye on the bracket here. I did notice some of the seating was looking a little bit weird, and I imagine maybe some players complained. I'm specifically referring to Rogue versus Solar. Rogue versus Solar. Actually, you know what? We can have a look together here. We can have a look together. But thank you so much, Warehug. Thank you so much. Almost 1 year support. Thank you, puppy. Thank you so much. But here we go. Here you can see the current bracket. I say current because this might be subject to change. But as you can see, oh no, it has been changed. Okay. Hold on. Let me refresh. Wait, what? Oh no, wait. Hold on. Let's refresh a little bit. Okay, so this is the current bracket, and something that I noticed, of course, coming into this is Rogue versus Solar. As you can see, Rogue versus Solar, they're facing off in the first round, and that is crazy, and they might have been like, yeah, what's going on? Why are we playing in the first round, papi? So, yeah, I can definitely see, I definitely saw some issues there when it came to potential seeding. So we'll see if they change things. Oh boy. Yeah. As we are getting into game number 2, question mark. But yeah, it looks like they might change the... Looks like they might change the bracket. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on the challenge as to what occurs. In the meantime, though, in the bottom right hand corner, we do have our random Ukrainian player, random Ukrainian, the purple Protoss. Well, that landing on Protoss once again. It is Hacker is Tough. And in the right hand corner, yeah, landing on Terran once again. We do have the South Korean, typically Protoss player, but random here, and landing on Terran once again. It is herO. Let's go. We're gambaying right now. Ooh, as yeah, the bracket just got updated here. So I can't speak to them in the I can't speak to them in game. So if their whispers open, then hopefully they can see this. There we go. Okay. So looks like the bracket has been updated. And yeah. GG. It's all good. Thankfully. Some players have like privacy on, so they wouldn't receive that. So thankfully, we were able to let them know. And we do have a new bracket. We have a new bracket. You know what? Let's have a look together here. Let's have a look together. At the new updated brackets. From the top, we have Classic. Classic is waiting for the winner of Number. It would have been fun to have played at the series anyway. But we have Classic waiting for the winner of Number and Ragnar. We have SHIN versus Showtime. Oh my god. That's a crazy round 1 match. Your seeding? What's going on? We have Smile versus Triple into herO. We have Orianna versus Hacker is Top into Rogue. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad match, to be honest. Like Orianna versus Hacker is Top into Rogue. That would be fun. We have Rex versus, I think that might be Silky. I'm not too sure, but we have Rex against an opponent going up against Kira in the next round. We have ByuN versus Geralt. We have Ledlix versus Potato. I think that's Young Zest. I think Young Zest equals Potato, but Ledlix versus Potato into Solar. And then we have Percival versus Gref into MaxPax. So what do we want? Obviously, the high-profile round 1 match is SHIN and Showtime. SHIN versus Showtime is the match. So we might just jump on that series. The problem with SHIN versus Showtime is that everyone's gonna be jumping on that series, and we try to spread out ideally. So, currently I'm looking at SHIN versus Showtime. That does look pretty good. Into potentially Classic in the next round. The other series that catches my eye is Orianna versus Hacker's Top into Rogue into herO. Like, I'm looking further ahead. Like, the potential Rogue versus herO match does look really good. So that's another, like, potential series we can follow into. I'm not too in love with jumping into the ByuN and Cure section, just because we try to avoid mirror matchups. That would most likely be a TVT, or it could even be a TVP, like Geralt has been ByuN before, true. And then we have the potential Solar versus MaxPax, which I'm not too interested in. I mean, Solar and MaxPax would be fun as well, true, but Solar has been having a really hard time recently. Like, Solar has been slumping a little bit post EWC, so in my mind, I don't know if that's going to be too competitive here. So, yeah, I guess we'll lie and wait. Currently looking at Showtime. Basically, my top 2 picks are either SHIN versus Showtime or Hacker's Top versus Orianna, just because of where that eventually leads. But I do see Steadfast. He has just come over to the American server. I think Steadfast is probably thinking the same way. And if possible, we do want to avoid each other. As I believe ourselves and Steadfast are the 2 English casters for today's stream. Okay. SHIN versus Showtime. SHIN's on Webito. Showtime's on Sentinels. So we'll see. We shall see. No claim, no claim, no claim. Here with Terran, what's going on? They were playing random. Oh, the random. A bit last minute, a little bit. I don't like this bracket. Reroll, Pappy, reroll. Oh no. Looks like we're already getting some walk. Oh no, Rex! No, Rex. Looks like we're already getting some walkovers in the initial rounds. But we are setting up. Looks like Orianna is MIA, so we might just jump into SHIN Showtime. Again, it's not ideal, but might just jump into it. Meanwhile, big shout to Thriving GG. God, baby God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Despite all the smoke and despite the hardship that StarCraft 2 ladder can bring you. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time nonetheless. GG, well played. Welcome one and all to LiuLi Cup number 3. This is a new weekly tournament every single Friday. Every single Friday we do have LiuLi Cup, and we only just now started the tournament. We did have a little bit of a bumpy start just because the bracket was changed, kind of as players are already playing out their matches. So it might be missing a couple of players, but I believe we should be jumping into SHIN versus Showtime. I believe that is going to be our first series of the broadcast. I'm also keeping my eye open for Hacker's Top versus Orianna, but Orianna is currently MIA, so SHIN and Showtime is what we're most likely going to be jumping into, and I think we are going to be clashing with Steadfast, unfortunately, at least for the first series. We will try to branch out and spread our wings a little bit. We'll do our best, but for now, these are the matches that we are getting into. Yeah, we'll get Saber in here as well. Get him in here. Thriving hard or hardly thriving? Este thriving, GG. Alright, here we go. Vitas are done, and we're jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Let's go. Let us go. For the most part, I do plan on sticking with the upper half of the brackets. I do plan on sticking with, like, the region here where we have SHIN, Showtime, herO, and Rogue. Like, that's kind of the area that we're going to be sticking with. And Classic as well. We'll stick with the upper half of the brackets. That's the plan. But this morning in top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is a Showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is a SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. And get ready for the bracket to be changed once again. Cap. Here we go. As for the time being, we do have our standard openers. It is going to be a hatch gas pool out of SHIN. Is going to be forced to take the unnatural natural as the drone does move to the third base location. And Showtime is going to be going for a standard opener himself. Again, Showtime, he isn't really too crazy when it comes to his PvZ. He is very cheesy in PvP. True. Like Showtime, he's willing to cheese, willing to be aggressive, willing to go all in the PvP matchup. But against Terran and against Zerg, he's typically a lot more mid to late game oriented. And this map is going to kind of lend to that. Magnatha is the largest map in the map pool. In saying that though, as we get into a longer game state, the third, fourth, and fifth bases on Magnatha are very spread out. True, they're very spread out, so it can be difficult to defend these bases. On top of that as well, something like Mutaplay is also more viable here on Magnatha because of the longer rush distance and because of all the space here between the bases they can traverse between. They can bounce between as well. So we'll see how SHIN will approach this. My eyes are mainly going to be on SHIN coming into this game, just because I feel like SHIN is more likely to commit to aggression and commit to an all-in. We have seen a lot of 3-base all-ins out of SHIN. I say out of SHIN in general. The ZVP meta has been plagued with 3-base all-ins. When I say 3-base all-in, I mean like 66 workers, 66 to almost 70 drones. You get a 4th base just for larva, and you commit with like a Ling Hydra based all-ins, or a Hydra Roach based all-in, or Ling Bane Roach, or a combination of the 3. German taxis also possible. We've seen big Doom drops as well. Just a lot of aggression on 3 bases is what has been quite trendy as of late. We'll see if SHIN will also embrace that here on Magnatha as well. Of course, the map is also very dependent. The build is also very dependent on the map. There are certain maps that favor aggression, like Pylon, like Ultra Love as well. Like there are definitely smaller maps in the map pool where you can be hyper aggressive on. There are other maps where aggression is not favored, like Tokamak. Like Tokamak is a good example of a map where you probably want to be more defensive or more tech heavy and more greedy instead, because how difficult it is to break a defending player on Tokamak. For now, Stargate. So we have our Stargate open out of Showtime, Stargate into what should be a 3rd base. We'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing. He could throw down an earlier Twilight Council. If so, then we will point that out. We'll be on top of that. As Lings, they do slip in, and they get one probe. They get an okay pickup. So that probe should not have gone down. Also denied a little bit of mining time. At the same time, 2 adepts, they do get into the natural. Nice Eva chamber block, and the adepts are going to be denied. Up. Jumps are denied. SHIN does defend. Behind this, getting ready for the Oracle defense. We have Queens at the base, or at the natural. We have Queen in the main. Spores on the way. And Showtime should soon be expanding as adepts they race back home. Showtime had the option to be more assertive with those adepts and to keep shading in and keep trying to look for some damage, but if that was the case, then his 3rd base would be vulnerable and these Lings would be able to cancel. Lings, they move in, they go for the probe, up, and they will get it. Not bad. Probe goes down, will delay the 3rd, and also does waste energy on the Oracle as well. So we do get some nice damage dealt here with these Lings. Showtime will now expand. A little bit delayed. Meanwhile, the 2nd Oracle has arrived, and now Showtime can be more aggressive. Moves out with the adepts. SHIN, we have 8 Lings in production. Queens are keeping up. Showtime, he does not catch transferring workers. Double Oracle on the right-hand side. And so far, SHIN is keeping up. Yeah, does pull away. Oh, despite that, though, the drones, they get caught. Yeah, no middle walking one. 2 drones go down. A bit of miscontrol there from SHIN. Likewise, Oracles, they look to threaten a dive, but they did not find any damage. So far, only 2. Could have been worse. Could have been worse there. So SHIN, he does hold, he does defend. Third Oracle has arrived. SHIN, he counterattacks with his Zerglings. Back at home, there's 1 Adept and 1 Stalker. Warpin should be available. A couple of boys are pulled. There's the Warpin. Ooh, diving on the Queen. Yeah, late reaction. 1 Queen goes down. Nice pick off here from Showtime. Ooh, takes a lot of damage on one of the Oracles. Quick as 2 drones. Pulls away. Recalls back home. These things, they've gotten a lot of damage. They got 1 Adept. They got 2 Adepts and a Stalker. So nice counter attack here by SHIN. Getting a couple of probes. Getting a couple of ground units as well. A couple of gateway units. So far, it's been a back and forth. It's been a back and forth. We see 5 probes killed for 5 drones. We have 25 Zerglings and a Queen for 7 Adepts and a Stalker. Catching the Queen was a nice, better pickoff here for Showtime. True. Was a better pickoff. But outside of that, no major losses from either player. Behind this, interesting. Going for a delayed Evo Chamber, getting in towards a Lair Tech, towards Hydra production, and now we see why the Evo Chamber was delayed. Typically, we see the Evo Chamber earlier and faster, and that leads into +1 melee. This is a later Evo Chamber, skipping melee, going straight into range. Now, we have seen certain players go for these +1 range timings with these 3 base Hydra all-ins. We'll see if that's the case here, or if SHIN throws out Infestation Pit. This might be the setup for Lurkers. So we'll see if he wants to hit a timing with +1, or if he wants to work towards +2 and towards Lurker Tech instead. His Hydras are building up. Showtime, he's walling up back at home. He is walling off. Storm has begun. As Lings, they do poke in across the map. They do see the defensive setup, at least some of it. Gas is being taken. Okay, these gases being taken is a sign that we do plan on taking up a little bit further. As you can look to go Mass Hydra with a 6 gas setup. But we're going up to 8 gases. And now we see why. So, in my mind, ooh, as we catch out the Oracles, bit of miscontrol there by Showtime. Ay. Yeah, the Oracles, they go down. That should not have happened. And what's scary here is that we're hiding tech. Now, we saw the gases, and this is a big sign. This is a big tell. Now, in my mind, gases could be one of 2 things. Either Lurkers with Hive Tech or Mutas. And we can see Muta play. Spire has been thrown down. The Spire is going to be thrown down at the 4th, I believe. Oh, there it is. I was looking for it. At the natural. So the Spire is at the natural so far unscouted. With 2 Oracles going down at the 4th base, that means there's that much less scouting. Now there's less scouting. Now there's less vision on the map here for Showtime. Showtime, he has no idea. But he has a piece of the puzzle. Like, seeing these gases is a tell, as I mentioned, of greater tech. But which tech exactly, Showtime doesn't know. Ooh, nice contamination. Nice contamination here on +2. SHIN moving out with his Ling Hydra to force a cancel, to apply pressure. Remember, he's not committing. Remember, he has the Spire behind this, and he's banking. Okay, Showtime is banking. So I do like this. He's kind of showing his force. He's pumping up his chest. He has no intention to commit. So Ling Hydra pokes in, gets a gateway, does force a couple of storms. And behind this, 17 Mutas. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Again, this is just a fake out. Lings, they come in from behind. They go for the dive, though. They're going for that Templar. They do not get them. A lot of Lings do go down. You can see here, forcing morph in a bunch of Archons. It's a very delicate dance here for SHIN. Takes down the Archon. Nice pickoff. And again, this entire time he's been making Mutas. The entire time just massing on Mutas. He pulls away. Honestly, really nice damage. He forced Storms. He sniped an Archon. He forced this reaction. And here he comes. And hey, we spoke about Mutas at the start of this game. If you recall, Muta play is more viable on Magnatha because of how spread out the bases are. And Mutas, they go for the flyby. They head into the mineral line. That's going to be, what, 7, 10. Ooh, oh, God. It's getting out of hand. 13 probes going down. Rotates back towards the towards the third base. Losing 15. And again, goes back and forth. And behind this, taking up in towards Hive. So we start with mutas and then bam into Hive Tech in towards Lurkers. +2 has begun. Remember, +2 was delayed because of all the muta tech, but now we're investing into those upgrades. That's going to be 20 probe kills. And this isn't killing necessarily, but this is maiming. This is maiming Showtime. This is forcing him to be defensive, to chase the mutas back and forth between the third base, the fourth base, the main base as well. And it's giving Shin the freedom to freely mine from his bases, expand, and tech up. He's freely taking up. You can see Shin reinforced with an extra wave of mutas just to keep this going, just to keep Showtime pinned. And Showtime is not quite ready for Lurkers. As he's making Phoenixes. I mean, he is looking pretty secure on 4 bases, that is true. That's also why it's important that Shin is taking. As we work towards Lurker Tech, that's where Skytoss is going to be that much more important. Skytoss or a really robust Immortal Archon Storm-based army. We have some Archons, some Storms, some Immortals, but it's not quite there. Just because of all the economic damage, right? All the probe kills have meant that the main army here for Showtime is still looking quite slim. Still not what it needs to be. Oh. Now the Muse being hunted down. That's catching one of the Phoenixes. Now we have the Fleet Beacon on the way, but at this point, I mean, the Hive is finishing up. Lurkers are morphing in. We're going double Lurker Den for double upgrades, and it's going to be a very strong timing here for Shin. Now, as strong as this timing is going to be, breaking a 4-basing Protoss is still not going to be easy. Showtime will have the defender's advantage. So here come the upgrades. Here comes the 5th. This is going to be actually better for Shin, as Showtime is spreading himself even more thin. Right? He's spreading himself thin. He needs to expand. And we spoke at the start of the game here, one of the big downsides of Maganatha is how spread out the bases are, including this 5th base. So again, being spread thin between your 5th, your 4th, and your 3rd base here, it can be quite difficult to actually have your army in position to defend. And here comes Shin. Army is revealed. And he's just cutting off his opponent from the 5th base. And base trade? Yeah, we're going for the base trade. This is probably the best choice here for Showtime. He cannot engage into all these Lurkers, so he's going for the base trade. And he's forcing Shin to react. Shin does react, Shin does respond. He's racing back home, and now suddenly Shin is out of position. Yes, Shin has to move into the Protoss. Storms do pop up. Lurkers, they can still getting within range though. Yeah, Lurker upgrades are complete. So Lurkers are coming in for a surround. Collapsing on the army. And we're picking up Archons, picking up High Templar. It's another Templar going down, another Archon going down. These are brutal losses here for Showtime. Ooh. The Archon barely gets away. Now, it was a really nice move for Showtime because he saved the 5th base. If he didn't go for the counterattack when he did, this base would be dead. 100%. This base would be dead right now. So he's able to keep it alive. True, but he lost a lot of supply in the process. And Shin, he preserved most of his Lurkers. He took a couple of storms to the face, but the Lurker count is still very healthy. And now he moves out once again. And once again, the 5th base is isolated from the main army. We can see Showtime trying to engage from behind. The Immortal gets caught out, the Immortal's going to go down. Expensive loss for Showtime. And the base will fall. The base will fall. Would you recall to the top side to save the probes? Tambus is revealed. It's going to be rallied in. And from here, Shin can just go towards that northern base, or he can try to go further inside. And he's going for the center expansion. Showtime going for the counterattack. Bearing in mind, recall's on cooldown. He just uses to save the probes. Has to respect the storms. Yeah, Shinny does rally back home to defend. A couple of Lurkers peel off towards the northern base, and that's going to be 3 dead expansions. It's going to be the 4th base, the center base, and the 5th base as well, as Shin should be finishing this expansion off. He's going to be saving his lurkers. Okay. Does save the lurkers. Likewise, we can see that Showtime is forced out to be out in the open. Oh. Army coming in from behind. Showtime pushing into lurkers, but he does have some good storms. Storms are connecting. Lurkers are forced back. But again, still a brutal fight here for Showtime. Bleeds out a lot of his ground army. Down to 2 High Templar left. Oh, good. Down to 2 Templar. 1 Lurkers in the mineral line. Against Showtime, he has to fight for this expansion, but it's allowing SHIN to have a better fight. Now, SHIN did lose a base, which is why SHIN doesn't really have much money to work with at the moment, but oh my god, he is remaxed with maybe too many Corruptors? There's only 3? Sorry, there's 5 Tempests. Okay. 5's gonna be 7 Tempests. You can justify this many Corruptors. Yeah, we have 17 Corruptors up against soon to be 7 Tempests. I believe there is no Greater Spire. Yeah, no Greater Spire, so it's gonna be Ling Hydra Lurker reinforcements. And SHIN is moving in. For the most part, Showtime is cornered. Showtime, you can see him trying to squeeze out. Corruptors, they move in, they get 1, they're gonna get 2. Oh. Storm does zone, and Showtime is just zoned away from the base. He's zoned away from the expansion. 5th base goes down. Does recall some of the probes to safety. That was the mothership. Sorry, that was the base recall. So base recall's on cooldown. We have 10 more Corruptors. That I'm a little bit less certain of. Don't know if we need that many here. I'm a little bit concerned that SHIN might be over-investing into Corruptor at this point. But he is bleeding out a few, so I guess it's okay. How many Lurkers? 13. How many had Templar? 6. Jesus. Okay, it's gonna be a lot of storm. Speaking of Templar, one of them goes down. So down to 5 Templar. We'll bring in 1 extra. Going back up to 6. So 6 Templar. Pushing into this choke point is going to be difficult here for SHIN. Oh, trying to, though. Does slip in. His army does slip by. Jose zone away the Tempest. Hydra's is moving in. The base is going to be going down. The ground army is just being bullied at this point. And the base will fall. Yeah, the expansion will fall. Another Tempest goes down. Oh my god. The Corruptors, they take a lot of hits. They take a lot of damage from the Archons. But it is still worth it for SHIN. Showtime trying to re-expand towards the top side. But again, it has been a slow death here. Showtime, he does have a maxed out army. He has a comparable force, that is true. But SHIN has a bank, and SHIN, he's also just denying mining here from his opponent. Just starving Showtime out. Especially when it comes to the gas, you can see that Showtime he's very gas starved. Ooh, that storm was brutal though. He stands in the storms. SHIN does take the storm to the face. Meanwhile, a massive Zealot counterattack. Hey, if you don't have any gas, true. Just make Zealots. And SHIN has to race back. He has to race back home. He'll lose the mineral line. Very nice run by here from Showtime. Takes down a base. Takes down 13 drones. And Showtime, hey, he gets away with the northern expansion. Now this spotted by Changelings. Showtime being active once again. Supply, yes, the soup does lie. Bear that in mind. Even though the supplies are quite close here, because of the bank, SHIN, he can afford to be a little bit more inefficient. He can rebuild. And on top of that, a lot of the supply here for Showtime are in Zealots. Like, this is not an ideal army. Again, just because of how the game has progressed, like, this is why SHIN has been struggling. We spoke about it earlier, but his transition to Skytoss was delayed. He had to rebuild his ground army because of all the economic damage that was being dealt. He never quite got into a robust Immortal Archon composition, which would be more necessary against more lurkers, of course. There's only 3 Immortals. How are these Zealots are finding damage, though? SHIN out of position. The Spine Force is not ready. Nice run by. Yeah, SHIN, he has to react. More drones going to be going down. Very nice. These Zealots, they've killed 2 bases and 2 mineral lines. That's 25 dead drones. Let's go. SHIN didn't... He saved 1. He saved 1 drone survived, man. Yay. So, brutal economic damage. That is a big blow to SHIN. That's huge. Now, SHIN, he has been able to rebuild with Broodlord. His corruptor count is actually very low. He only has 3 corruptors. Earlier, I was saying, like, does he have too many corruptors? Now, I'm concerned that he doesn't have enough. What is his answer to the Tempest? Now he counterattacks. Tempest, they're gonna get free shots off. Lurkers going down. That's going to be 2 dead lurkers. 4 Hydras. Another lurker. Another lurker as well. Very expensive losses here for SHIN. And Showtime. He can take this fight. He can and he will. Mass Storm on the army. Yeah, Mass Storm. The Archons, they move in. And we spoke about it. The Tempest, as long as they can deal with all the Corruptors, it's still going to be quite close. Tempest, yeah, they target down all the Corruptors. Corruptors are going down, and SHIN will lose everything. GG gets called. SHIN losing 2 bases, losing 2 mineral lines, and Showtime will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Showtime does take a lead in the series. Again, SHIN, he lost so much of his economy, he lost so many bases. On top of that, as we mentioned, he overmade Broodlords. If you remember, I mean, just to reiterate what I just mentioned a couple of moments ago, how for a moment there I was worried that he had maybe overmade Corruptors, but towards the end he had 100% overmade Broodlords. He had no answer to the Tempest. The Tempest were getting so much free damage on the Lurkers, on the Hydras, on everything really. The Tempest, they reigned supreme. There were only 3 Corruptors, and they went up to 5 in the middle of that fight. So we had 5 Corruptors overall against like 6 Tempests. Like that was not gonna cut it. And the Tempest, they just went to town. The army also stacked in Storm. Showtime took a very strong fight. GG. GG, well played. So his scores broke SHIN. I mean, those Zealots, they were the MVPs. Remember, it was the same Zealots, because it's not like they were thrown away and were killed and were rebuilt. Like, no, those same Zealots, they killed the southern base in the mineral line, and they just rotated. They ran all the way back around, and they killed the northern base and the northern mineral line as well. Those are the same Zealots. Aye. Brutal damage. Good comeback from Showtime. We looked really on the ropes when the mutas were wiping around. I mean, he was on the ropes. Like, SHIN, he was ahead. Like, winding it back, SHIN, he had a lead. He was ahead. He was denying bases. He was building up a greater economy. He had a better economy. He had a larger bank. Again, I do feel like SHIN, 2 things that really hurt him there, of course. One, unfortunately, map control and map vision, map awareness. Even though he had that map control, something that was really lacking, which really hurt him, was creep and I guess overlord positioning, but mainly creep. Because of that, he did really have late reactions to those zealot run-bys, to those zealot counterattacks, so he didn't see them coming, so he couldn't react to them. Likewise, I do feel like he did overinvest into Broodlords. He made so many Broodlords at the end of the game, and he just had no anti-air to deal with the Skytoss. So a bit of a fumble towards the end there from SHIN. And with that, Showtime, he dominated the fight. Did dominate the fight. And here we go, we're getting into Ultra Love, we're getting into game 2. Now we go from one of the larger maps to one of the smaller maps. Now, We spoke about this. We spoke about how there are certain maps where aggression is favored. We spoke about 2 maps, Pylon and Ultralove. True, these 2 maps are known for all-ins, they're known for aggression. This is where that kind of play can excel. We don't expect to see mutas here, we don't expect to get into a longer game state. I mean, I say that Ultralove is a map of extremes. If we can get up to a 4-base setup, we can slow the game down. True, if we can get there. Question is, will we? My eyes are mainly going to be on SHIN here. We'll see when he cuts workers, if at all. If at all. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultralove, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the German Protoss. It is showtime for Sentinels. And also a big shout out to Luis GGG in the chat. God, my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. I do apologize for the late shout outs. We were in the middle of the game, of course, but thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Este Luis. Gracias. So again, really strong tenacity here out of Showtime. So we go. As we are going to be settling in. We do have our initial hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of SHIN, this time taking the natural base, the natural. Showtime likewise gate expand into Cybercore. Everything so far looking normal, everything looking as it should. And now we can get into Ultralove itself. Now coming into Ultralove, the rush distance by ground is very short, by the way. It's very short from third base to third base. And if you're familiar with Ultralove, I mean, you should be, because this map is one of the older maps in the map pool. It was here in the previous map pool as well. In the previous ladder map pool, this map is known for German taxis. For queen walks across the map. Because the rush distance is so short, you can go for that kind of play. You can walk your queens, you can commit, and you can go for these all-ins. Now, I will say that 2-base all-ins and German taxis are very played out, and I don't think they're... I mean, they've fallen out of favor for good reason. Protoss players have gotten better at defending against them, 100%, but we can still see different forms of all-in. We've seen a lot of 3-base all-ins. We were discussing them quite heavily on Maganatha at the start of the first game. Here, I would say it's more applicable, much more applicable here for SHIN. Last game, if you remember, the sign that SHIN was going and taking further were his gases at his 4th base. Remember, he took a 7th and 8th gas at the 4th. Could have been one of 2 things, either Lurker or Muta. He did go into Muta play, and he was able to achieve a lot of damage. Here, Muta play is less viable because the map is smaller. It means that your opponent can punish you that much harder. If you try to go Mutas, that counterattack from the Protoss hits harder and faster than on Maganatha. So it's more risky, I should say. It's more risky trying to go Muta here. Despite its success in game number 1, we're expecting something different here from SHIN in game 2. Showtime does expand towards SHIN. Bold move. Does take the forward expansion. SHIN does expand away from Showtime. Interesting. If he expanded towards Showtime, then we expect an all-in, because that means that creep is going to be spreading that much faster across the map. But here, instead, a much more passive defensive base here from SHIN. From here, we're joining, we're settling in. It's still too early to really commit to anything. We're just kind of getting into our games. Oh, hello. As we are going for a faster Twilight Council. So Stargate opener into a 3rd base. Typically we wait a little bit longer for the Twilight Council. This is going to be a little bit earlier here. Now, I did mention how aggression is favored on Ultralove. It goes both ways. Aggression goes both ways. We could go for early Glaives. This could be early Glaives. The reason why I bring up Glaives is because no Forge. There's no Forge here. If there was a Forge, then we're expecting Blink, +1 in Blink, or maybe +1 in Charge into a longer game. Here we have a Gateway Explosion, we have a 4-gate setup, and we'll see if we go into Glaives or not. Show us what you got. The other option here, it could be defensive blink. Okay, blink is on the way. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. This is early blink, which means if Shin were to go for an all-in to hit this third, then blink would be done in time to defend. Blink would be done in time. The downside is that your forge and +1 is late. It is delayed more so than usual because of the early blink. So this is a bit of a safer build. I say safer build, it does mean that because of early blink, Showtime can gain early map control and be active early on as well, but I don't know if he can achieve too much with that. Regardless, again, if an all-in were to occur, blink would be done in time to defend. So much safer play here from Showtime. Meanwhile, Roach Warren out of Shin, interesting, is going for the safety Roach Warren and a much earlier Evo Chamber. Remember, last game we did bring up how late the Evo Chamber was from Shin, and it made sense because he went into range. Here, we'll see if he goes into melee. No, once again, going into range. Range upgrade, which means we're taking into Hydras, or at least we should be. We'll see if he makes any roaches. Again, this Roach Warren might just be safety. Oh, Roach speed. Roach speed on the way. Hydra Den as well behind the main. Our eyes are on Shin. Meanwhile, Showtime does move out. Again, as we mentioned, the reason why Showtime can do this is because Blink is done in a couple of seconds, earlier than normal. So Blink is done, Showtime he pushes, and he will force a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Does force a cancel. Again, because Blink is complete, we can just keep pushing in. And Shin is getting caught with his pants down here. He's getting caught out. Nice trades here from Showtime, picking off these Zerglings. Does pick them off. You can see he's forcing more units out of Shin. Shin still no fourth expansion. Shin isn't droning. So we just blink into like Jesus. Blinks into the main base. Going for the queens. And Shin is struggling here. And Shin, he might just have to commit across the map. Stasis Trap's getting baited. Once again, the would-be fourth base is going to be delayed. And Shin is still on 60 drones. That is still under 3 base saturation. He's massing up Hydras. His upgrade is going to finish, and this might just be a 3 base all-in from the side of Shin. Stormer's on the way for Showtime. He's still trading very nicely. Has he lost a Stalker? He lost one. One Stalker for 43 Zerglings. Ay, ay, ay. Shin is getting a fourth base, but again, this might just be for Larva. He's massing up Roaches. And I'm concerned for Shin because if he does plan on going for an all-in, if he does plan on committing across the map, Storm is going to be done. Like, Storm is being chronoed. It will finish in time. And with Storm finishing, I think it might just be too late. Made to stasis. You can see the High Templar, they're gathering energy as we speak. Shin, he has not made a drone in like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes at this point. Oh. Okay, he's taken. So Infestation Bit is a sign that Shin, he should start to drone soon. There we go. We have Lurker Gen on the way, and 4 drones have begun. So Shin, he's going to start droning. This is a really brutal moment for Shin because he's droning, but these drones are so late. The drones are so delayed. He invested heavily into this army. This army has to get some damage done. Otherwise, he will fall behind. Gets High Templar. Gets 1. He's diving in. He gets 2. 2 High Templar go down. He gets up. Ooh, he doesn't get 3. He does. Yeah, 3 High Templar go down. Very nice dive here from Shin. Again, he had that hit squad of Roaches. He just tanked the Storms. But he will lose this army. Shin pulls away. He has a lot of droning to do. He has a lot of droning to do here to be able to afford Hive Tech and to be able to afford Lurkers. Shin is droning up. When it comes to his move out here, it was pretty successful. He killed how many? You can see here 3 High Templar. He killed 3 Templar. Which was pretty good. He also forced Showtime to be more defensive as well. So it was okay. His economy is still not where it needs to be. So we're still droning as hard as we can. Droning up to 76. Hive is halfway done. Until Lurker Tech, I do still give the edge to Showtime. Once Lurkers kick in, then Shin can slow the game down. Oh, Skytos. Yeah, Fleet Beacon's on the way. This is a much better timing here for Showtime than last game. Remember, Showtime, he didn't start to work towards Skytos until Lurkers were already out in Game 1. Here in Game 2, he's keeping up with SHIN, tech-wise. So here come the 7 Lurkers. 8 Lurkers even. We do have a second Stargate and the Fleet Beacon finishing up. Now, there is still going to be a window in time where SHIN has Lurker Tech and Showtime doesn't have a lot of Skytos. So SHIN can still make use of that to maybe push in and try to take better trades or push into some of the bases. There is a small window here. He's got a lot of Zerglings, so you can try to come in for the surround. Oh. SHIN, he can sandwich the army. He can sandwich. Showtime, he has to get the hell out of here. He has to get out. Storms are coming in. Lands a couple of storms, but here comes the surround. Yeah, High Templar, they get caught out, and Showtime just caught with his pants down. Ay, ay, ay. He didn't know where the army was. He would lose every High Templar. And that was the fight that SHIN was hoping for. Again, Showtime overextended. And SHIN's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. Going straight for the natural. Time is of the essence. We gotta keep going. The first Tempest has arrived, but only 1 Tempest so far. Sorry, 2. Only 2 Tempests. Oh, recall towards the base. Very nice storms. Nice recall. Oh my god. Yeah, nice recall here. Detection is available, and it looks like Showtime may just barely save his natural. Again, a very clutch recall out of Showtime, and he holds. Wow, Showtime, he holds on. That was SHIN's moment. That was his time. He had to end it. He doesn't. Doesn't kill the natural base. Doesn't get on top of the production. Does not break Showtime. Showtime didn't lose any probes. Like, he's still in a very healthy probe count, healthy economy. And, yeah, that window for SHIN is closing. Spire is on the way. Lurkers are going down. The Tempest count is just getting higher and higher. Getting to 5, soon to be 6 Tempest. And we spoke about it at the start of the game. If you can get up to 4 bases on Ultra Love, you can defend very nicely and you can drag the game out. You can get your 5th base. Your 5th base is also relatively defendable just because of the terrain here. You have a lot of choke points, a lot of points of elevation as well. And Showtime is going to max out. And SHIN, he is not in the best position here. Again, he was very committed when he was pushing up that natural. So now he's working towards his Skyzorg army, of course, towards his Corruptors. They're going to be 0-0 Corruptors. Again, as opposed to Game 1, like, SHIN, he's stumbling his way into the late game. Game 1, like, SHIN was in the driver's seat. Game 1, SHIN was looking solid getting into the late game. Not this time. Yeah, Zealot Runway does hit the base on the right-hand side, does hit the 3rd. Takes down the Queen, gets into the mid-run, nice target firing out of Showtime, and Showtime is pulling SHIN apart. I mean, again, SHIN, he was already behind. Here, falling further behind. Showtime is maxing out, getting his 5th. And SHIN needs time. He needs time. If Showtime backs off, if SHIN is able to force the army back home, to be able to build up his upgrades and to be able to max out and refine his army, more importantly, then maybe. So here, the Spine Force is on the way. Let's go. Getting his Spine Force up. Trying to spread that creep. He's got 1 active tumor here on the right-hand side. The Queen count is quite low. SHIN is counterattacking, so is Showtime. Uh-oh. Showtime's moving in. SHIN, where are we going? What's the plan? He's turning around, he's going back home. The base is gonna fall, Showtime can always recall. Oh, the Templar, they're out on their own. Templar, what's going on? Templar has to pull back, 1 Templar goes down. Lurkers are coming from behind, and SHIN collapsing on the army, at least trying to. But Showtime slips away. Yeah, it does slip away. Does pull out, successfully kill the expansion. Nice stasis traps as well. And that was a better fight for Showtime. And SHIN is looking desperate here. He's looking a little bit desperate. He needs to find some damage. He's going straight for the natural. Up. Wedging himself in between the bases. Corruptors, they try to dive in. Storms will punish. The Archons will as well. Now we do have 14 more Corruptors on the way. They're coming. Lurkers are edging the way forward. Trying to at least. You can see him even trying to catch Reinforcing Tempest. Nice revelation. Ooh, High Templar, they do pull away in time. One High Templar goes down. Corruptors are trying to commit in. And they will take down the Tempest. Every Tempest will barely go down. Okay. Takes down the Tempest, takes down the Mothership. And do we have enough Lurkers? It looks like there should be. There's only 2 Immortals. Okay. SHIN, we gotta keep going. SHIN, like, he's gotta keep going it. We cannot slow down. He's trying to camp the production. Going for the Artosis Pylon. Okay. Goes to the Pylon, moves in. And Showtime counterattacks. He's going for the base trade instead. SHIN, have we done it? Has he done it, man? Again, the desperation dive in between the bases was worth it. It was worth it. It was cutting off reinforcements. Speaking of, does catch these 3 Tempest. Nice catch. Takes them down. At the same time, back at home, there are some Lurkers. That's important. There's no detection with this army. There's a recall back home. Recall to the natural. The Observer's moving in. As there's one star. Oh, the move command. Yeah, he moves into the army. Ay, ay, ay. And SHIN, he will do it. SHIN, he has barely done it here. He breaks the main army, gets into the main base as well, came to the production. Whew. And SHIN is looking to force the ace match. Looking to force the ace match here. As, I mean, Zealots are getting on top of some of these Lurkers. There are Observers here for Showtime. So it takes on 2 Lurkers, but he's running a Steam, running out of Zealots. Running out of army, there's still 3 Lurkers left. SHIN doesn't have the best economy either, to be fair. He's only on a 1 base economy, essentially. Showtime does have better... Okay, true. Showtime, he does have better mining. He does have better mining. The drone count is similar, but remember, what lies? The soup. The soup does lie. Despite the drone supply and the workers counts being quite close here, we're not mining. SHIN, he's not mining efficiently. Showtime has top left and center right. If given time, Showtime can actually build up a greater force. But he's losing his production. Gateways are going down. You can see he's trying to rebuild his gates. Getting on top of the Lurkers. Nice catch. Takes down 2. 2 Lurkers go down. Very nice catch. They're left exposed, left on their own. He might get 1 more Lurker. Una más. Gets 1 more. Still a very intense moment here. I'm losing everything in the main base. The gateways are getting up and running. Now we can warp in, taking another expansion. And back at home, there are no Lurkers to defend. Sure, we have the Spine Force here on the right hand side. It's going for the fresh mining base. Ay, ay, ay. There's cannons to defend. SHIN, he was so close. But Showtime, he can just go straight into the main. He can go straight into the main base. We have Lurkers on the way. We have 3 Lurkers morphing in. The Lurkers are coming, man. But there's detection. Yeah, there is detection here. Zealots, they get on top of the Lurkers. Lurkers are exposed. They're vulnerable. All 3 Lurkers will go down. On the one hand, yes, SHIN, he will kill this base. Doesn't matter. Showtime is center right. He has these center right bases. He has mining, he has saturation. SHIN, he's down to this. This is his economy. He has one gas and half a mineral line. This is all that SHIN has. Showtime, can he recall? He, ooh, cannot. Uh-oh. Showtime, ooh, Jesus. Showtime, he goes further into the bases. He lost the Observer. The Observer was sniped here by the Overseer, so nice snipe there by SHIN. Okay. Is there any detection? Zero detection. We have an Oracle on the way. Oracle's on the way. Without detection, those Lurkers, they cannot be dealt with. So Lurkers that will take down the expansion. SHIN, he evacuates. He will get on top of this mining base. Okay. We lose the Hive. Showtime, can he buy enough time for a recall? Recall is still on cooldown. Going for tech. Another storm. Gets a Lurker. You can see SHIN trying to chase the army. With the 3 Lunkers, Fatty. Let's go. Dodging the shot. Oh no. One shot connects. And pivots. I mean, these buildings are going to die anyway, eventually. As they're bleeding out. And this army is going to be cleaned up. Again, there's no recall. There's no recall available. So the army is going to be cleaned up. And where exactly are we? Okay, so SHIN, he has a fresh base. SHIN, he has a fresh mining expansion. Oh, can we get a shot off? Not quite. Showtime, he's long distance mining. Let's go. Long distance mining. Looking at the army tab here. We have one Oracle. That is the detection. We have one Oracle, but I believe there's still Corruptors. Yeah, there's still Corruptors. There's 9 Lunkers here. If Showtime was able to save that army, then he would have a strong chance here to win this game. But losing the High Templar, the Archons, the tech just isn't here. As you can see, there's 3 gateways. There's no Cybercore. There's no Cybercore. So that's why there are only Zealots to warp in. You can see Showtime has so much gas in the bank, he can't spend it. Straight up, he just cannot spend his gas. He cannot spend his money. He needs that Cybercore, then he needs that Temple Archives, the Twilight Council. Or Twilight Council, then Temple Archives. SHIN, he will deny this northern base. Showtime, he has to evacuate, has to save those probes. Twilight Council, again, we're so far away from Archons, like, and High Templar. Like, Twilight Council, then Templar Archives. It's canceled. Oh no, the Oracles! They're getting caught out! Oh my god. Can't afford to lose them. Remember, that's his only detection. Uh-oh. Lunkers, they gotta be careful. Okay, so have to be careful. Remember, a lot of the supply for Showtime are probes. It's a lot of his supply right now. Just workers. This is the army. Temple Archives on the way. There's a Revelation. You can see the Corruptors, they're hunting for the Oracles. Oh no! Oracles, get out of here! One gets caught. Yeah, one gets caught out. Zealot round by, but there are defensive Lurkers. Oracle pulls away. And now finally we can warp in High Templar. Templar Archives is done. And Templar can be morphed in. SHIN, he has an Overlord at each expansion so we can see where the probes are headed. Nice Revelation. Remember, only 2 Lurkers. Ah, but he does miss one. Does miss one of the Lurkers. Main army's racing back home. Zealots take it into the mineral line. Nice damage. Ooh. As the Oracle has to get the hell out of here. These Zealots are going to go down. Does get one of the Lurkers. But Showtime just doesn't have an army. He just does not have an army here. SHIN should have this. Yeah, GG gets called. Showtime, he's run out of steam. And SHIN, he will tie up the series with going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. A very, very intense back and forth. SHIN had his own moments, Showtime had his moments as well. If you recall, I would say the majority of this game was in favor of Showtime. I'm referring to the early to mid game, of course, and SHIN was getting desperate. We spoke about it. SHIN, he wedged himself in between the bases with his mass lurker. He was able to wedge himself in between the bases, able to cut off the production, able to cut off the economy, and he was able to barely break his way through into the natural, into the main base, and force a base trade, force a crazy base trade, which was in favor of SHIN. Showtime, he brought it back. He had the better economy for a time, but as we mentioned, the big moment for SHIN was when he caught the army in the main. When the main base, sorry, when the army was stuck in the main base. I'm referring to, was it like 2-3 Templar, 2-3 Archons, the Zealots? Like, that was a very expensive army for Showtime, and unfortunately, he had no recall. He had no recall to use, so he could not save the army, could not preserve it. He had no vision, he had no detection either, so he couldn't really fight the lurkers either. So he was just stuck in the main, and once that army went down, again, he could never actually build an army to contend against the lurker tech of SHIN. GG. GG, well played, but very close, very intense. And now we're going all the way to game number 3, and we'll see how the story ends. We'll see how it ends, as game 3 is going to be on Incorporeal. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. Hi. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Tying up the series 1-1. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sentinels. It is Showtime. Here we go, and welcome one all to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps, the map for longer rush distance by ground compared to Ultra Love, for example, so you have a little bit more space in between yourself and your opponent. But the bases are spread out, similar to Magnatha, actually. Quite similar here, where you have the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th base are all very spread out. We have seen players struggle to actually maintain these fringe bases, and once again, similar to Magnatha, Mutaplay is viable here, is more viable, I should say. It's more of an option for SHIN if you want to go that route. I don't know if it's wise to go Mutas twice in a series, that I'm not so sure about, but Mutas, they were quite successful in game 1, so I can see a world where he'd be tempted to go into Mutas again here in Incorporeal, but we'll see. It'll be up to SHIN. Likewise, because this map is larger, I do not expect to see Showtime to go for the same opener as last game. Remember what happened last game? Last game, he went for a Twilight Council as his 3rd base was halfway done, and he went for a 4-gate setup with a delayed Forge. As a reminder, that was a more of a defensive start, or aggressive, depending on how you look at it. It was early Blink to defend his 3rd base and to also punish the 4th base of SHIN, but that was because of how small the map was, because of Ultra Love. Here on a larger map, I don't really see that opener being as effective, so I don't really expect to see that at Showtime. We'll see. Keep an eye on it. We're expecting something more standard, like 3rd base into +1 Blink into the mid game, but we'll see. We shall see. I think another important thing to bear in mind when it comes to Showtime is that he is willing to be aggressive. We saw it in Game 2, true, and we also saw it against Raynor. During the qualifying matches for EWC, Showtime versus Raynor, we saw a lot of Glaive Adepts. We saw a lot of cheese, a lot of quirky play out of Showtime. But at the same time, he was also feeling less confident against Raynor in a normal game. I'm sure he's more confident against SHIN. Is more confident. So we are building up. SHIN of course forsake the unnatural natural, so he's a little bit more vulnerable to aggression. Perhaps they will shade in. Shade in between the bases. We have 8 Zerglings on the way. And Showtime shouldn't get too much done here. Oh, he does commit though. Yeah, the queens are out of position. 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going down. Can he get 4? Oh, very quick morph in. Yeah, saves the 3rd drone. Only 2 drone kills. 2 drones for 2 adepts. A better trade for SHIN. So nice defense out of our Zerg player. That could have been so much worse. Oh. Hello. This is an Oracle opener into a Phoenix. This is something that Showtime does like to mix in. Now, what does this achieve? This achieves denied vision, denied scouting. With this Phoenix, we're going to be able to hunt down the Overlords and deny any kind of vision from SHIN, and SHIN's going to have a harder time determining what the follow-up is going to be. Are we going into Glaives? Are we going into Blink? Are we going to Charge? Are we going for a second Stargate? Are we rushing into a Fleet Beacon? SHIN wouldn't know. It's going to be harder to determine. As the Overlord is hunted down, and Showtime going to be looking for other Overlords. We can see that SHIN, he only had the 1 Overlord out on the map, so you can see him already pulling back. You see, he pulls back all the Overlords, races back home. The only exposed Overlord is this Overlord here on the right-hand side. Is spotted by the Oracle. Ling's a threat in the 3rd base. Phoenix does find the Overlord. And ideally would attack soon. Ooh, as Stasis does go off on the Queens. Again, a bit of a late reaction to focus on the Overlord, which means it might escape. Okay, would you have a lair first? Lair into Evo Chamber. There's a transfuse. Ooh, but too little too late. Overlord goes down. Nicely done. Oracles, they go for the dive. The Queens are busy. Oh no! As Showtime does overextend. Bit of miscontrol. 1 Oracle goes down. That should not have happened. So a bit of a give and take. 1 Oracle falls, but Showtime does find at least 2 Overlords. Does cut a couple of workers. It's 4 drones going down, getting up to 6 even. 6 drone kills. Very nice. Picking up more workers. And Showtime is taking up in towards Storm. So again, a standard follow-up as we expected. +1, Blink into Storm. This time there's no crazy early Blink timing, so Showtime is not being as assertive, as aggressive. He is harassing with the depths and finding a lot of damage, that is true, but his main army is going to be staying home. His main army is staying home. Once again, SHIN is going into +1 range. Once again, he's going into Hydras. And this time a very early tech structure here. That's a 630 Infestation Pit, so very early pit. This is a sign of Hive Tech, of Lurker Tech. So SHIN, he's rushing into Lurkers faster than any other game. Faster than any other game so far in this series. And Showtime, he does not see. Does not see, does not notice. SHIN, he's double expanding. So SHIN, he's just macroing up. He's just trying to build up. He's being quite greedy tech-wise. He's droning as well. Harder than he has in any other game as well. Even in game 1, SHIN, he did cut workers a little bit earlier to be safe before joining. But here, just hyper greed out of SHIN. And again, Incorporeal is one of the larger maps for this. One of the maps that does favor this kind of style. As we were comparing it to Maganatha. So far, we're just posturing. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Deadly Donkey Kitten. Thank you so much. God, baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Welcome one and all to LiuLi Cup Weekly number 3. Is a weekly open tournament. And we're still in the first round, by the way. It's going to be a long cast. It's going to be a very long cast. I mean, we had a delayed start. True. Did have a delayed start. Meanwhile, Showtime, he didn't scout the tech, but he did see the double expand. True, he saw the double expand, and bam, we respond with what? With Skytoss. Second Stargate, Fleet Beacon. You could argue that this is a little bit late. True, compared to last game. Remember, I was praising Showtime for being on top of SHIN when it comes to tech. If you remember, lurkers were morphing in as Showtime was finishing his Fleet Beacon and his Stargate and getting into Tempest production. Here, SHIN is getting there faster because how greedy he's been. SHIN has been so greedy. Already at 81 drones, and again, already taking into lurkers, already has the hive, already getting into lurker upgrades. So just hyper greed out of SHIN. He got away with it for the most part. It is important here that Showtime is able to be assertive like this to engage ahead of time. Nice stasis. Oh, Jesus, very nice. Stasis goes up. Zerglings are being dealt with. SHIN, he has to get the hell out of here. The lurkers are exposed. And he will lose both. Yeah, one lurker goes down. Second lurker as well. Very nice Vigos here by Showtime. SHIN just being overly aggressive after being stasis. Got one harassing lurker. But, sorry, two harassing lurkers, and they both go down as well. It's 4 dead lurkers. Main army's moving in, but the Tempests have arrived. Showtime, he bought enough time for his Tempest. Again, it was so crucial that he was as active as he was. To delay. Meanwhile, big shout out to Morituri in the chat for subscribing to Twitch Prime for 19 months. God, I mean, guys, oh, the lurker, the lurkers get left behind. The lunkers are left behind. Every lurker is going to be going down. A brutal losses here for SHIN. He abandoned the lunkers back. That was how many? That was 8. 8 lurkers for 1 zealot. Oh, God. The efficiency back. Look away, buddy. Look away. But we were praising SHIN for being greedy and getting away with the greed. That is true, but what has he done with the army? He's been losing a lot of lurkers. A lot of lurkers have been going down. Look at the, I mean, here, 3 zealots. And we're about to lose some more zealots here as they harass. Going for the queen. Queen does go down. But here, 6 zealots, 7 adepts, 1 oracle. Like, no major losses for Showtime except for the 1 oracle. For what? For 8 lurkers. For the queen, for the drones. Showtime has been out trading. Meanwhile, SHIN maxing out with more lurkers. Got 7 more on the way. Let's go. So 12 lurkers in total. The Spire is done. This time he's working towards his upgrades. Remember last game, he was just working with 0-0 corruptors. Here he's actually taking up. He's building up instead. He's spreading creep. So creep is spreading. Bases are being established. SHIN, he's setting up back at home. Likewise, so is Showtime, as Showtime is securing himself with more cannons, more shield batteries, taking a fresh base, and going for upgrades. We have shields. I believe the second Cybercore is on the way for double upgrades for the Skytoss. Nice cancellation. SHIN, he does force a cancel. Containing Showtime. If you remember at the start of the game, we spoke about how spread out the bases are and how difficult it is to maintain your 5th. This is an example of that. This 5th base, whether it's this 5th base on the right or the 5th base on the left-hand side, is difficult to hold on to just because, again, you are spread out quite thin on Incorporeal. SHIN is pushing forward. But he's pushing into Tempest. And Corruptor's not ready. Yeah, he has 0 Corruptors and he cannot move in. And Showtime, he is finally establishing his 5th. And here come the cannons. He's establishing this foothold. Jesus, more lurkers. Getting up to 21. 21 lurkers, still 0 corruptors. That's my big concern right now is the lack of anti-air. Of course, SHIN is working on it. He's focusing on those upgrades. He's getting there. He's not there yet. SHIN does move in. We can see here Showtime out of position. As we mentioned before, Showtime is spread thin. Defending these fringe bases, it's not easy. And this is how SHIN has to use this army. Again, he's got a force here to threaten the left-hand side, another force on the right. He's got to move in, he's got to trade, free up supply for eventually Corruptors. As these lurkers are exposed. Now SHIN, he knows that the Tempests haven't responded on the right hand side, so he knows that they should be on the left. Meanwhile, he has triggered a counterattack. SHIN responds. SHIN responds with everything. The army turns around. So far, SHIN, he is trying to push forward. Tempest, this time they have responded. Once Tempest are revealed, SHIN, he has to get the hell out of here. So pull away. 7 more Lunkers. Jesus. Holding up 7 more. Okay, up to 23. Do we have Neural? No. So no Neural. Just Fungals. Infestors here as a supportive unit, I mean, they have their place. We can Microbial Shroud, we can Fungal, but it's not ideal. For the most part, Tempest, they can just work their way through this. Yeah, Showtime is not being stopped. Not by this army. And remember, SHIN, he has 0 Corruptors. Feedback with the Infestor, Storm on the Lurkers. SHIN, he does go for his counterattack. Now remember, SHIN losing supply here is not a bad thing, because he needs Corruptors. As he's trading bases. The Luna's trade expansions. Hatchery goes down, the Nexus is still standing strong. And there we go. There we have the recall to defend the base. At the same time, 18 Corruptors on the way. So this is SHIN's moment. He's building up his anti-air. He didn't lose too much here, thankfully. He's got a couple of Vipers. Again, this was a really delicate moment for SHIN, and thankfully he didn't throw away too much. If he over-invested, if he over-engaged, he would have lost the army, and then SHIN would have just kept pushing. Sorry, Showtime would have kept pushing. SHIN, he did handle himself quite nicely. And the Corruptors are out. Now he has a standing army. Now he can fight. Meanwhile, Showtime taking a 6th. It's not going to be an easy base to hold on to. He does split up his army. Now his base recall is on cooldown, but he still has the Mothership recall available. So it's important to just have those recalls in the back of your mind. As a viewer, as SHIN as well, he also needs to be aware of that. Keeping track of those recalls. As time goes on, second Spire for double upgrades. So SHIN's Corruptors is slowly getting better and better over time. Meanwhile, Showtime, he's almost at his final form. Showtime, he's got 3-3-3-3. Like he's got +3 attack, +3 armor, +3 shields. That's +3 ship armor on the way. And he's got +3 ship attack as well. So he's getting his final upgrades. Aye. So the final upgrades are on the way. Showtime taking it slow. Ideally, Showtime wants SHIN to push into him. Ideally, Showtime wants to fight with cannons and shield battery support. That's what Showtime wants. Speaking of, On top of that, there's one base that SHIN hasn't taken, and it is this center base. And because of the terrain, because of this map, trying to take this expansion is almost impossible. Because of this location, because of this. There's no way to really engage here. Tempest, they can make use of this terrain to poke in, to shell away at the expansion and pull back. So taking this base, it's not going to be possible here. And because of that, Showtime has the better economy, and he should always have the better economy. Basically, the map is cut in half, but Showtime is up a base. The Protoss is up an expansion compared to the Zerg. It's going to be a difficult thing to do to claim this expansion here. For SHIN. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Like, the correct thing for Showtime to do is just chill, wait for SHIN to mine out, technically. Wait for SHIN to be desperate to try to expand here into force fights. To force fights in the center. As he moves out, clears out some of these spores. SHIN moving up for a counterattack. So far, Showtime is keeping up. Keeping up with SHIN. He is delaying the push. Showtime, his main army doesn't react. As the rocks are knocked down. Okay, now he's reacting. He responds, SHIN pulls away. As he's building on more Broodlords. We have 9, soon to be 13 Broodlords here for SHIN. Now, if Showtime can take this space, that'll be crazy. That would be a game-winning move. Oh god, he's going for it. This is going to be difficult just because he doesn't have this same setup, right? If Showtime can establish these cannons and shield batteries here, like, that might just be game. So SHIN cannot allow this to get up and running. Showtime is forcing SHIN's hand, and SHIN is going for the left-hand base. And Showtime, how do we react? Does he respond to the army, or does he push? He's pushing. He's pushing. Broodlords looks like they will clean this up. At the same time, we do see Showtime working his way through the lurkers. Lurkers to escape. Again, this base will eventually go down. We're trading an expansion for an expansion. Now, these cannons are designed to buy time, so Showtime should be able to snipe these bases and then recall. Ooh, let's see, we'll take 2. And this center base shouldn't fall. We'll see. Nidus into the main. Let's go. Nidus into the main base. SHIN is pushing towards the center expansion. Showtime, how does he respond? He's killed 2 bases already. Nidus goes down. Nidus goes down, and Showtime, he pulls back. Yeah, he pulls back to defend. Ooh, the Nexus is getting low. You can see SHIN, he's here to pounce. He wants to lure the Tempest out into the open. As SHIN, he's taking left-hand base, okay. He's taking the expansion. Nice placement for the Nidus. Ooh, so Showtime, he will lose one center base, but he takes the other. At least he's trying to. I should emphasize. He's trying to. Nidus is dealt with. SHIN, he's double expanding. He's double expanding. And again, SHIN, he can't allow this base to get up and running. Stasis goes off. How many Corruptors? 25. Jesus. 25 Corruptors. And this base will be denied. Okay. Base is denied. Showtime still has better mining. You can see the bank. Like, Showtime's bank eclipses that of SHIN, but that might not matter. I should now bring this up, of course, as they are losing bases. But when it comes to trying to replenish the army, Showtime, his production, the production of Protoss just takes longer. It takes longer to rebuild. So if one fight goes too poorly for Showtime, it will take a long time to rebuild this Skytoss specifically. So, production-wise, he has 4 Stargates. Ugh, only 4. It's not amazing. He's got 4 star gates. He has 17 gateways. He could get up to 20 gates. 20 gateways and 5 star gates. Like, the production is going to be impactful eventually. Shin rotates. Trying to push in. This is where Showtime can fight. Yeah, he's comfortable here. He's got his shield batteries, he's got his cannons. Bungles are coming in. Here come the crouches. He's going for the dive. He thinks about it. Shin, he thinks about it. Oh, Broodlords, where are we going? Miscontrol. Yeah, massive miscontrol. The Broodlords, they head out into the open. They move too far forward. We do get the power bomb here on the Tempest. That was brutal. Shin, he lost so many Broodlords. Does kill the expansion, but Showtime, he has a massive bank. He can afford it. He can afford to lose the base. He can just rebuild. Ooh, but he cannot afford to lose his Tempest. Backs up. Archon's a punish. You see the mass Archon here on the ground to ensure Corrupt just cannot dive in. Ooh, Tempest left behind. Nice Fungal. Fungal goes off. Ooh, brutal Archon shots down. The Corruptors, they stack. The Corruptors, they stack. They go down. Massive Archon volleys. And that was a better fight for Showtime. That was just straight up a better fight for Showtime. You can see that Shin, he's burning through his bank. Shin, he's running out of money. He's running out of money, running out of steam. Showtime is not. He goes up the ramp. He deals with all the lurkers. Lurkers go down. Now he's diving on the Broodlords. Remember, because of earlier, there are barely any Broodlords. We're reinforcing with Hydras. Let's go. Hydra reinforcements coming in. And Shin is no mining. Shin, he's been losing bases. He never got an expansion up and running. Shin is all in. This is all he has left, and he doesn't have much. Shin, he just doesn't have much here. He had some nice moments, for sure. He had some nice moments in this game. But at the end of the day, Showtime, he was always up in economy. He was always up in bases. He had better mining. He had better efficiency when it came to his trades. That's why Shin has 39 minerals. Like, he's broke. Shin is broke. Cashes out the mineral line. We're trading bases here. I mean, Showtime can do whatever he wants. He can either defend back at home, or he can just counterattack and go for the base trade. Showtime, he can do what he wants. There it is. GG gets called, and Showtime will take the series 2-1, and will advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Showtime, he does claim the series. Very impressive result here by Showtime. Again, Shin, he was able to hold his own. He was able to force the ace match. Remember, there's a world where this could have been a 2-0. Like that game on Ultra Love, Shin was also down and out. Like Shin, he had a really rough time on Ultra Love, and he was able to barely just rush across the map and end the game before Showtime could really take advantage of his economy. Shin got very desperate in game 2, and it worked out, paid off. Here in game 3, again, Showtime got very comfortable. Very comfortable, just mass expanding, holding onto his bases, and just overwhelming Shin. Did overwhelm. GG, well played. Whew. GG, well played. With that, Showtime does advance on to the next round, and we have a lot of updates here. We have a lot of updates to get into. Let's go from the top. From the top. Whew, so much has happened. Our series was the longest, of course. It was a very long series. We had Classic. Classic took down number 2-0. Classic is now up against Showtime. Showtime, he's up against Classic in the next round. We are going to be following Showtime into his next series, into that PvP. Scrolling down, herO takes down Smile. Rogue takes down Hacker's Top. Yo, Hacker's Top took a map. Esther, look at him go. Hacker's Top, he does take a map, does force the ace match at a Rogue. Very impressive. Remember, Hacker's Top, he's a random player, Ukrainian random. He does nothing but cheese, nothing but all in, and hey, he took a map off of Rogue. herO and Rogue are mid-series. We are following Showtime into Classic. Scrolling down, Cure takes down, I think that's Silky, I'm not 100% certain, but I think that's Silky. But Curie takes him down, and Cure 2-0s ByuN. 2-0s ByuN in the next round. Curie is already in the semifinals. Meanwhile, MaxPax, Gref gets a walkover over Percival, so Gref should be here against MaxPax, and I think MaxPax is up against Solar. Unfortunately, a bunch of results aren't being updated here. This result here wasn't inputted correctly. So because of that, this portion of the bracket, it looks like there's been no progression, but I believe MaxPax is playing against Solar. I believe he's playing in Solar as we speak. I believe. So best of luck. Unless he's up against Cure. Hold on, I'll double check. Did he already beat Solar? I think Indy's casting him. Oh, my apologies. So MaxPax is playing against Solar. Solar's up 1-0. Solar, he's up 1-0 versus MaxPax. They're currently mid-series. So right now, MaxPax is playing against Solar, but we are focusing on Classic and Showtime. That is where our attention lies. Here we go. So we're going to be getting into our PvP. Un momento. Go. Quarterfinals. Beautiful. Beautiful. So just catching up with the chats as Vita's underway. Fun fact, apparently MaxPax played Terran versus Gref. Well, there you go. There you go. Shin should have tried something, and walking lurkers into mineral lines would have been something. I mean, that would have been a faster way to lose. What was hurting Shin there was just the map control and the economy that Showtime had. In a way, you're correct in saying that Shin had to do something about the economy, about the economic state of Showtime, but Showtime was very heavily fortified. So I agree in the sense, and what he was trying to do, if you remember, he was going for Nidus Worms. He was trying to go for Nidus Worms in the main, Nidus Worm top right, and he was even trying to set up a Nidus Worm at the 4th location as well. Like, he was trying to Nidus, but I think only one Nidus ever finished, and the Nidus that finished got dealt with very quickly in the top right-hand corner. So he was trying to go for Nidus play, wasn't quite working. He was trying to rotate with his army, wasn't working either, as Showtime was keeping up with the army, with the main army movements of his opponent. So Shin, he was attempting to break through that defensive line, but had a really hard time in doing so. And again, Showtime was just very, very secure in his bases. And Shin, he just couldn't quite trade. Like, the problem as well with trying to trade inefficiently is that he had just had a worse economy, so he was just, it was an uphill battle there for Shin. It's very uphill. But again, we spoke about it, just specifically on Incorporeal, those center bases are so difficult for the Zerg player to take against Protoss and against Terran as well. Like, that is a nightmare expansion to try to claim as a Zerg. Which is why we often see vetoes for Incorporeal in that matchup, but regardless, GG. And here we go, we're getting into our next series, getting into the quarterfinals. Oh. Here we go. We're getting into the quarterfinals and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of UltraLove. We have the German Protoss player, the red Protoss. He just took down Shin. It's representing Sentinels. It is a Showtime. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the South Green Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. Here we go. Will we cover other games of best 16? I think you're saying if I'm going to cover any of the other round of 16 matches. I mean, they're already done. Round of 16 matches, they're already complete. We only have quarterfinals matches left, and obviously we're going to be following Showtime into a series, and then we'll be heading into the semifinals thereafter. Typically we cast one semis and then the other. Both semis should be casted. As I mentioned, some of the other language casters are currently in Solar versus MaxPax. Currently Solar is up 1-0. He's up 1-0. So best of luck to Solar and MaxPax in mid-series. We have our own fresh series instead. Meanwhile, welcome to UltraLove. Oh, also before I get ahead of myself, if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are setting up on the high ground. Again, UltraLove is unique because it is a map that has a ramp coming into the natural. So in PvP, you can be greedy like this. So Gate, Cyber, Expand. Ooh, Showtime! Going for the Gate Expand. Very greedy from our German Protoss. So this should force a reaction out of Classic. So Showtime is cutting corners. There's the Cybercore, very early expansion. Classic, how does he respond? Does he just submit, and does he go for a later Nexus? Does he go for earlier tech to try to punish? I mean, Showtime, yeah, he pylon blocks. There we go. There's a pylon block. So Showtime, he's forcing tech out of his opponent, and Showtime will be ahead economically. Ooh, Classic goes to the pylon, though. Classic does go for the pylon, which means he can go for the shield battery. He can set up shield batteries here. There we go. Shield batteries are on the way. Classic is going for it. He's going for the rush. 2 shield batteries going to be thrown down. 3 shield batteries even. And Classic is chronoing out his adept. He's rushing across the map. He's going to try to break this natural. 4 shield batteries for Classic. Showtime should have his own. Showtime, he should have his own shield batteries. There we go. We have one. This is a late shield battery for Showtime. Yeah, it's a late battery. Bearing in mind that now Classic has shield batteries and Showtime doesn't. And Classic, he will take this fight. Classic zoning him away. Yeah, another shield battery finishes off for Classic. Remember, this is the only shield battery for Showtime, and it's going to go down. Oh. Does have a Stalker, though. Does have a Stalker. Shield batteries under fire. More shield batteries finishing up for Classic. As he gets into the main. Gets into the main base. Showtime, though, he does have his second Stalker. He's holding. Just trying to hold on. Again, Classic is go 1, 2, 3, 4 shield batteries running out of energy. The 5 shield batteries, he's running out. There's the energy overcharge. Overcharge for Showtime. And Showtime, it looks like he's holding. Despite all these shield batteries, they're out of energy. Like Classic, he kind of hold his own, not anymore. He is running out. Remember, still no expansion. And this is a big commitment for Classic. A big commitment. Here we go. Second shield battery for Showtime. Does finish up. Adept gets into the middle line, but there's a shield battery in the main base as well. Showtime is defending. And Showtime takes the lead. Yeah, Showtime, he does take the lead. I was concerned that his shield batteries were too late, but no. Cool, calm, and collected. Oh, good. We'll lose a probe. We'll lose a couple of workers. But again, this was just so much money invested here. Classic, oh no! Classic comes in with the Oracle. He can hold his own, okay. Once again, making use of those shield batteries. Takes a lot of damage though. Shield batteries are going to be depowered. As it does settle, Showtime is still ahead. And Classic is still playing catch-up. And Classic is still playing catch-up here. Double Oracle into the main. Showtime is somewhat in position. Yeah, does earn. Nice setup from Showtime. Leads up to the natural. He's ready in the main base. Going for the Oracle. Can he get the kill? What a mess! Oh, he does get it. Yeah, better trade for Showtime. Kills the Oracle. 1 Oracle left. 1 Oracle remaining. Blink is on the way. Showtime has the larger army as he has Stalkers instead of his opponent, who was warping in the depths and Zealots. And Showtime claims a third, just getting further ahead. Now, how do you recover in this kind of game state? Now, Classic, he has a couple of options. He could go for another Oracle. He could go for a bit of a Hail Mary play, make another Oracle and go across the map and try to find some more damage. He could go for a Dark Shrine as well. True, he could go for a Gateway Explosion. Already, that's a 4th Gateway on 2 bases. So, Classic is quite committed here. He's building up on 4 Gateways, so he will have more production. And he might go for a 5th Gateway and go for a 2-base all-in. But this probe says otherwise. Classic is going to be expanding. Still has a higher gateway count, so he can be aggressive across the map, but he is expanding. No all-in. Meanwhile, Showtime is setting up defensively back at home, knocking down that tower. Before I get ahead of myself, I do apologize for the delayed shout out, but a big shout out to Warwick in the chat. God, baby, God. Thank you so much, Warwick, for subscribing with Twitch Prime for the first time. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Did happen earlier when everything was popping off, so I do apologize, but thank you so much for subscribing. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the emotes in the chat and the replay packs as well. You can join our Discord. We do give out replay packs to our subscribers. as long as your Discord is connected to your Twitch. As Showtime, he has the Greater Army. Classic should not push into this. Showtime, he's popping up. But it was password. God, yeah. True. Este password. Este clave. Ay, ay, ay. So far. And behind this, we're taking up. Both players taking up into charge. Both players getting their forges, getting to +1. So far, Classic, I mean, he's trying to be assertive here, but again, Showtime has been ahead the entire game. He's had a faster third base, now a faster fourth base, better saturation at the natural, greater army as a result, and Showtime, he will dominate this fight. In a mirror matchup, outside of going for DTs or oracles or some kind of harassment option, in a head-on fight, in a straight-up game, Classic should not be able to win this. Like, unfortunately, it's like, he has to do something more out of the norm here to recover. As he has the same tools as his opponent. I say same tools, actually has worse tools than his opponent. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle here. Technically, could try to like out micro and out control Showtime. True. Like there's potential for that, and we're going for the base trade. This is probably the best chance. This is the best chance here for Classic base trade. Base trade it up, and pray back. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. And again, this is the correct choice for Classic. It is his one and only chance. As they do trade bases. Ooh, does recall. Uh-oh. Classic does recall back home. He will save his natural. His army is split. Classic is supply blocked. As Showtime, I mean, he already has a fourth and now soon to be a fifth. Again, I guess now a fourth expansion. Army tries to come in from behind. Showtime has been skipping warp-ins. True. Prism is not quite exposed. We are Showtime collapsing in. Cleaning up all the zealots. And he's trying to get on top of the stalkers. Again, Zelsa do a great job tanking. Do tank well. And from here, Showtime he can chase. So ideally we do need extra zealots. Classic is holding his own. He's holding on. A lot of this will come down to the engagements here. Classic tech-wise, he's catching up, so now he has charge dots, now he has Archons as well, so now he can actually hold his own in a fight. At least composition-wise. Numbers are still in favor of Showtime. Just because of the early game, just because of the economy. All been in favor of Showtime. As he's still on a 4-base setup, and Classic just now getting his own 4th. And technically, all Showtime has to do is deny the 4th base. If he can just deny the 4th base time and time and time again, he can just stay ahead and maintain his lead, max out, and then overwhelm. As Showtime, he does go for a Zealot run by, getting into the mineral line. His Observer does confirm the 4th expansion. So Showtime knows there's no rush. He knows that there is no rush. He just chill, calm down, and max out. And he's about to max. He's almost there. And here it is. Now it's go time. I should say now it's showtime. True. It's it's time to commit. Showtime, he can afford more inefficient trades as well. He's going in. Yeah, he's going in for the expansion. Classic out of position. The base is going to go down. Classic tries to engage. And from here, the Zealots just melt. Yeah, Zealots are melting. The Archons are exposed. As Showtime, he will completely overwhelm the army. And again, it all just came down to the opener. Just came down to the rough start for Classic. He started from behind. He stayed behind. And with that, Showtime will completely overwhelm. GG gets called, and Showtime takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG well played. Again, a solid start there for Showtime. Again, he was able to get the faster natural base, and Classic was trying to punish him. He was trying to abuse him with the shield batteries. Remember, he had 5 shield batteries at the natural base of Showtime, but they very quickly ran out of energy. Very quickly, he was not able to maintain himself. He wasn't able to kill enough probes. Thankfully, Showtime had a shield battery in his main base, so every time we saw Classic shade into the main base with his Adept, the Adept wasn't really getting any damage. He wasn't really getting any damage, so Showtime was able to just have or maintain a stronger economy from the beginning. He was able to shut down the Oracle, kill the first Oracle as well, and snowball out of control. Just snowball from there. GG, well played. Again, in that kind of game state, it's just really, really difficult to be in Classic shoes. You have to go for something more drastic, like Dark Templar, like Oracle Harass, like Zealot run-bys, Stalker counterattacks. Otherwise, there's just no way to be able to overwhelm your opponent because it's a mirror matchup, right? Because your opponent has the same tools as you. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the German Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss leading the series 1-0, representing Sentinels, and 1 game away from advancing onto the semifinals. It is Showtime. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss player himself, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. The other hope is potentially trying to force mistakes out of your opponent, of course, with counterattacks, with run-bys. Hope that you can out-control your opponents as well, or out-position. Like, there's definitely smaller ways there to kind of get an edge over your opponent. In the end, Showtime was solid. And now we're getting into game 2. Now, welcome one and all to Leylines. Leylines, as opposed to Ultra Love, does not have a ramp. So there's no ramp coming into natural, so we're expecting standard openers that would go 2-gate opener out of Showtime, 2-gate opener out of Classic. Remember, last game, Showtime went for a gate expand, and Classic went for a gate Cybercore into Stargate into delayed expansion. But these builds that we saw in the last game were heavily dependent on the map. Like, maps play a big role when it comes to openers in PvP. Or specifically maps with ramps coming into the natural. So here we have just standard 2-gate openers. So far, mirrored openers, and so far, second pile. Who is it? Hopefully everything's okay. Did see a freeze for a moment there. Everything's okay on our side. But Showtime, he is going for a second pylon in the main base, so he's playing standard. Meanwhile, Classic, he will hide his second pylon, going for the proxy. And Showtime knows. Showtime with his scouting probe, he scouts, he sees, he's counting pylons. You can see he's double checking. You can see he's looking for the pylon. He knows it's missing. So Showtime, he knows it's missing, and it's going to be a 1-base all-in proxy robo out of Classic. So 1-base all-in from our Blue Protoss player. It's all or nothing. Showtime, it's on him to determine, is it a proxy robo? Is it a proxy Stargate? Is it a proxy gateway? Is it a pylon on its own? Is it a fake proxy instead? So you can see Showtime is scouting. So he's checking the northern locations. This is a common location for a proxy Stargate. So he's checking for Stargates. He is checking. Meanwhile, we have the Adepts moving out through the center. Yeah, you can see he's scouting behind his own natural mineral line. Checks the center location. And Showtime does open up Stargate on 1 base, which means he can make defensive Void Rays. Void Rays, they have their place in early game PvP. They can be decent defensive units. They're not as good as Immortals, but they have their place. They're okay. Showtime, he gets across the map and he confirms no base. Yeah, no expansion. And where's the Void Ray? What's going on with the Stargate? Yeah, Devs take it into the middle line. 1, 2, 3 probes going down already, getting up to 4 probe kills. And now we have the Oracle on the way. A late attack here from Showtime. And Classic is going in. Classic is going in. Unfortunately, Showtime, it was just a late scout to realize what was going on. Now he's aware. Immortals on the way. Prism into the main. Showtime still has an economic edge over his opponents, but not as large as it otherwise should be. He has to rebuild those probes. Rebuilding workers, making shield batteries. Oracle does get across the map. We do not have safety shield battery, but there are defensive weapons. So Classic is ready. Classic deflects. Showtime, instead of going for Void Ray production, he's going for a Robo, so he's going for Immortals. And it's going to take a long time for the first Immortal to pop out. So it's going to have delayed Immortal production. Again, that Stargate is hurting him. Stargate is hurting Showtime. Gateway goes down. Showtime down to 1 gate. Showtime trying to make a stand. Second Immortal has arrived. The 2 Immortals. Trying to bully back the army. Prism has arrived so we can juggle the units. Gateway's almost gone down. And it does fall. Yeah, 0 gates left. So 0 warp ins. What you see is what you get. Immortal just now beginning. We have 1 gateway on the way. Oracle does take down one of the pylons. Does find the proxy. I say, bit of miscontrol there. Does not save the Stalker. Stalkers are going down. Immortals, they just break through. Yeah, the Immortals, they overwhelm. Classic is going for the kill. Takes down the pylons. Depowers one of the shield batteries. Immortal has arrived. The boys, no, they're trying to be pulled. We need the boys. And Showtime is being overwhelmed. He's being overwhelmed. He's down to 1 Stalker, 1 Immortal. Now we get the Phoenix on the way. Boys are being pulled. And Classic should have enough. Yeah, GG gets called. Classic overwhelms. And Classic ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. We're going to the ace match. Unfortunately, the Stargate opener did hurt Showtime. Remember, Showtime, unfortunately, he was scouting the top side. He did not scout the south side, so it was a late realization of what was happening. In the end, he opted not to go into Void Race. He tried to go for a Robo defense, but because he opened Stargate instead of Robo, that meant that his Robo was delayed. It was a late Robo. It was a late Robo, late production. GG. GG, well played. As we're setting up here for our next match. Do our players want to be here? Sorry, do our casters want to be here? As we have an update, as MaxPax takes down Solar 2-1, Cure takes down ByuN 2-1, and we have MaxPax versus Cure in the lower semis. So congratulations to MaxPax, he knocked Solar out of the tournament. herO takes down Rogue 2-1, so herO does advance on to the semis, so we have PVTs in the lower half and a PvP in the upper half, and I don't know if Cure and MaxPax are going to be waiting for us. Hopefully they are. Here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. Ooh, okay, a very intense series so far. Very intense. We've seen Greed out of Showtime in game 1 to kind of overwhelm. We saw hyper aggression out of Classic in game 2. Coming into game 3, what's it going to be? What is it going to be? As so far, we do have mirrored openers. Eyes are on this probe. Hello. As now it looks like it's Showtime's turn to proxy. The probe is going to be rallied here towards a very common proxy Stargate location. Unfortunately, it's common, so there's a higher chance of Classic scouts here. Oh, hello. Both players are hiding their probes. Okay, so both players are going to be throwing their pylons outside of their main. So proxy pylon out of Showtime, and we should be seeing a proxy pylon out of Classic. Now, again, this location is either a fake proxy pylon or a proxy Stargate. This location could be a very real proxy robo. So we'll see if Classic commits or if it's a fake out. You can see Showtime double back. Pylon is done, and the Stargate is... Well, I'm assuming it's a Stargate, but we'll see. Cybercore is now finishing. And yep, there it is, Stargate. So proxy Stargate out of Showtime. Proxy Robo out of Classic. As we mentioned, this location is designed to all in. This location is not. This location is designed to get economic damage. Now, we're going to be in a really weird game state. Proxy Robo versus Proxy Stargate. As we mentioned, Classic is all in. Showtime is not. But it's going to be a weird game state because if Showtime can get the Oracle into the mineral line, he can cripple the economy and he could kill Classic, at least economically, in the main. The downside, of course, is that defensively, he won't really have much to work with. He can try to make Void Rays and recall them back home, or make Oracles and recall them back home. They're not going to be ideal defensively. A lot of this will come down to the Oracle and how much damage it deals. Zedip's moving out. Oracle's on the way. So is the Immortal. Now, Classic, he didn't scout the main, true. He did not scout the main base, so he doesn't know that the pylon is missing. And let's move in. A couple of probes going to be going down. Here comes the Oracle, and so far we just see Showtime trying to distract, but Classic, he has 2 Stalkers. Yeah, 2 Stalkers and a Sentry in the main. So this Oracle shouldn't do game-ending damage. And if it doesn't do game-ending damage, then I do favor Classic instead. Adepts, they try to break in. It's going to be 5 dead workers. That Epstein getting even more damage done. Nicely done. Getting 7 probes. Here comes the Immortal. 8 probe kills. I mean, that is substantial. Is that enough, though? As the Immortal just pulling its way through. Going for the pylon. Oh, going for the Stalker. Some delicate micro here from Classic. Does take a little bit of hull damage. The Prism is on the way. The Oracle races back home. Showtime is making a defensive robo, but again, Immortal production is going to be delayed for Showtime. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu to game 2. Classic is moving in. He's going for the gateways. He's going for the gates. Prism is on the way. Again, we need that Immortal. So far, there are 3 shield bars behind this and a Sentry. So Showtime, he should be able to hold on here. He should be able to hold. He does have the better economy. Doesn't get caught by the force field. Prism is out. And we're even making that Sentry that much faster, sorry, that Phoenix that much faster as well. Phoenix is on the way. The Phoenix is going to be a big moment here for Showtime. Does try to force field. Oh, nice shots here on the Adept. Shots are going off. Second gateway's under fire. As the Phoenix has right, which means we can lift one of the Immortals. He does lift. Yeah, he does go for the lift. 1 Immortal goes down. Very nice pickup. There's still 2 Immortals left. 2 Immortals remaining. But a strong start here for Showtime. Ooh, he'll lose a Stalker. Behind this, he has one gateway already up and running. Showtime, he can soon go for another lift. Soon. Oracle is deflected, gets 2 probe kills. I mean, Showtime is looking much better than last game. I mean, his setup is just better. Nice control. Control's been solid. Showtime, he's holding onto the ramp. He's also ensuring that there is no expansion. And this entire time, Showtime has had the better economy. They do distract. Close the distraction. There's only one Phoenix, so we go. Second Phoenix is on the way. Using the force field. Doesn't get any Stalkers. Does go for the lift. He's trying to go for the dive. Not so sure if he can. The Immortal barely goes down. He barely gets one Immortal. Devstate commits. He's committing in. Nice save from Showtime. Oh my god, does juggle back. Yeah, he juggles back and he does preserve those Immortals. Oh, one Immortal goes down. And the classic, has he done it? The boys are being pulled. Oh no! Yeah, a bit of miscontrol when another Immortal goes down. 2 Immortals left. Down to 2 Immortals. Phoenix goes to the lift. Showtime holds. Yeah, Showtime, he does barely hold on. Here comes the warp in. It's so close. Prism goes down. There goes the warp prism. Unfortunately, a little bit late. And Classy gets into the mineral line. Does get in. With the juggling here, Showtime will clean this up. He's using so many probes. So many workers go down. On the one hand, Showtime does hold, but he's down to 12 workers. Back at him, Classic, he has almost double the economy, double the worker count. Again, if Showtime was able to deny that warp in, then maybe, but he had no Stalkers. He had no Stalkers. He had no anti-air support for his Phoenix. Ooh, speaking of though. Does recall. Does recall back home. And Classic, through sheer warp-ins and economy, he might just have too much. Where we get C-powered, but again, the army is in favor of Classic. As Showtime, he has to get the hell out of here. Showtime is trying to race back home. We do see Classic with the intercept. No, the sentries. Sentries are getting caught out. Let's go for the force field. There's the recall. Okay, nice save. Does recall back home. Classic just expands. Oof. Prism gets away. And this is what the Classic has to do, just expand. Just expand. He has map control. He has a greater army. He's just containing Showtime. Classic has done it. As the game goes longer, it's going to get better and better for Classic. Oh. We got some nice force fields. But alas, Classic does get away. Now, Showtime could maybe make some oracles. There's no shield battery. True, no shield. There's actually nothing. There's nothing at home. If Showtime makes another oracle, he could pop off with across the map. Going across with the prism instead. I mean, regardless, right? Like, he can find some damage. Remember, recall's on cooldown. Classic, he recalled the warp prism earlier. So, Classic does not have a recall, but he does have warp-ins. Oh, going for the gateways. D powers 3 gates. can chase down the Stalkers. Remember, there's no shield battery in the main base. Gets a Stalker. Gets one and gets two. These are efficient trades here for Showtime. Doesn't lose anything. Doesn't lose anything. He does force Classic back home, but Classic is still in a better place. He's still in a better position. Showtime needs more. And suddenly Showtime's all in. Showtime has no expansion. He only has 16 probes. It's all or nothing for Showtime. Showtime, can he force field the ramp? Oh no, he can't get in. Yeah, he cannot get in. That was his one Hail Mary play. He could try to push in here and try to force field as well, but now there are 3 shield batteries and so many force fields to buy time. It's such a sentry heavy army. And Showtime shouldn't be able to break this. He should not break this position. Not pushing to 3 shield batteries. Oh, barely does get saved. And with that, you can see Showtime's army just plummeting. Yeah, losing too many sentries, too many stalkers, too much of his gateway composition. His army's being thinned out. And Classic is overwhelming. Again, it was an intense game. But GG gets called. GG gets called. Classic, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very, very intense series here between Showtime and Classic. Went all the way to the ace match here. Showtime had his own strong moments. I will say that he had a better setup here in Game 3 compared to Game 2, but we saw that he unfortunately was unable to get his sentries back home. That's the downside of proxying your Stargate, is your reinforcements are so delayed. I said sentry, so I meant to say Phoenix. I kept saying sentry instead of Phoenix. Phoenix is to engage. He couldn't deny the warp in, couldn't deny the warp prism until it was too late. So we saw that Classic barely broke his way up the ramp into the main base. It was very close though, very close, very intense. GG, well played. GG, well played, as Classic does claim the series, and now we're going all the way to the semifinals. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us head on over and catch up on the bracket. Okay. So I have confirmation. This week, the semifinals are going to be happening at the same time. Last week, it was one after the other. It was concurrently. This week, it is simultaneously. So we're going to be following Classic into his PvP series against herO. Meanwhile, MaxPax and Cure are going to be mid-series. They're mid-series. They're currently ongoing. Meanwhile, we're going to be following Classic, as MaxPax took down Solar and Cure took down ByuN. Top minute, no blink. Yes, there wouldn't. There should not be blink there. Of course. What? It's a one base all in. Here we go. Best cheese one. Bearing in mind that, again, Proxy Stargate is not all in. Proxy Robo is. Like, they provide you different things, kind of different. They give you different tools to work with, of course. As you were mentioning, a lot of it, I feel like, did come down to how much damage the Oracle dealt. And if you remember, he killed 8 probes, which was a nice start, to be honest. 8 probes did go down, but alas, again, the Stargate, it took a little bit for it to really be impactful defensively. Eventually, we got into Phoenix production, but again, it took a long time to get into 2 Phoenixes. Long time. Go. Here we go. Showtime. Sorry. Classic versus Hero. So vetoes are underway. It looks like vetoes have just wrapped up, and we are getting into our next match. Just very quickly trying to set up. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next setup here, into our fresh series of spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Sorry, representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is a herO. Go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we settle into our PvP. Showdown at 3 shield batteries. Again, if I didn't make it clear, one of the big issues when it comes to going for a proxy Stargate, for example, is that you're lacking your own defensive setup, you're lacking your own defensive reinforcements. We saw that Showtime, he was going for his own robo follow-up back at home. I think his production was 1 robo and 1 gateway because he lost his 2 gateways as well. So sure, he had like a defensive setup on the ramp, but unfortunately the production wasn't quite there. The Phoenixes were racing from across the map as well. It was a difficult setup there for Showtime. It was better than game 2 for sure. It was a better setup and a better defense, but wasn't quite enough. GG. GG, well played. Meanwhile, we have another PvP before us. We have a 2-gate opener all around. 2 gateways from herO, 2 gateways from Classic. Once again, Classic does hide his probe on the left-hand side, and herO, if we do, and we should be hiding a pylon, herO will soon confirm with his scout. But if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets. I believe this is the best of 3. I'll have to double check. But, yes, best of 3. Best of 3, not best of 5. Here we go. We have the proxy pylon on the left-hand side, and herO does confirm that the pylon is missing. So herO knows. Another factor, of course, is that Showtime, he never initially found the proxy of Classic. Based on this location, it's looking like a robo setup once again. So we're leaning towards proxy robo here for Classic. Cybercore is just now finishing. And there it is, proxy robo, 1 base all in. So 1 base all in here from Classic. This is the same build that we just saw against Showtime. We'll see how herO responds, how he reacts. We'll see if he plays safe, if he plays greedy. He's playing safe. There we go, robo. Now, this is if you remember, this was a criticism that we had of Showtime in game number 2, is that, remember, Showtime went for a Stargate opener in game 2, which set him behind. Here, robo defensively, good read out of herO. herO, he doesn't scout in the sense that he doesn't know what's going on. He knows that the pylon is missing. It could be fake, it could be real, it could be robo, it could be Stargate. This is almost a hard counter to what Classic is doing, as this time he will have earlier Immortal production of his own, earlier Prismas of his own. This should be an easier defense for herO. Should be an easier defense than what we saw previously. Again, this is just a very defensive response from herO. Keeping up with the adepts. And I'm sure this is the reaction that we're seeing from herO is also most likely because he's more familiar with Classic. Because they're from the same region, because I'm sure they play very often against each other, the chance and the likelihood of Classic going for an all-in like this is higher in herO's mind, so he reacts with something more defensive. So just a better read, or a good read overall here from herO. Your reaction often does come down to your familiarity with your opponent. True. Prism is on the way. You can see here, he already has an Immortal. He already has the Immortal. He already has a War Prism on the way as well. So the production is kind of equivalent, but herO has a better economy. And he's going to have the better defensive setup. So here he has the defender's advantage, and he has, again, an equivalent army. This will come down to the control. As herO has a higher Stalker count. Oh, has to respect the force fields. Does have to respect it. We can see Classic headed towards the main base. herO a little bit out of position. Okay, hero's out of position. The pylon's under fire. herO does get into the main in time. Classic is looking for a way in. herO, he expands. As we mentioned, herO can freely expand because he has the equivalent army, if not greater army already. And this is looking rough for Classic. Now, Classic can still try to outposition. He can try to get into the main base, force field the ramp, for example. As herO has to pull away. Does pull back. herO's up to 2 Immortals. Pylon goes down. Pylon goes down. Prism taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of hull damage. He gets topped up by the shield battery. Yeah, herO gets topped up. herO pulling back to the shield batteries. herO's Immortals are getting a couple of hits. Taking a couple hits, I should say. Yeah, they're sustaining a lot of damage here. herO being forced further back into the main. Classic, we have a free... There we go. We have the Immortal. Get him in there, Pappy. Get him in there. And Classic looks like he will take over the natural. Takes over the natural here. Ooh, he has to be very careful with those Immortals. Again, they're getting very low. Has to kite back. A third Immortal has arrived for herO. And this should be Stargate for Phoenix, but this was greedy from herO. He delayed his Stargate in favor of the Nexus. True. I thought he could hold on to it, but alas. herO too greedy, gets punished. And with that, the Classic is just working his way through. He's breaking into the main base. Oh, the Immortals are still getting very low, but herO, he has no army. This is it. He's down to 2 Immortals. A third Immortal does arrive just in time. Here comes the extra warp in. And Classic, he should have enough. It's still getting quite close. We have a backup shield battery. Okay. Oh. Oof, Jesus. Does barely save the Immortals. Boys are being pulled into a depths. Phoenix is on the way. Trying to get the Phoenix. He has no anti-air. The warp in will finish. And Classic should overwhelm. He should overwhelm here. Again, the greed from herO. Ay, ay, ay. Too greedy, too overconfident. Like herO, he had everything he needed, but just one step too far. One step too far. Classic will break in. He breaks in, and this is game. We're losing every single probe. All the boys going down. And herO is down to 1 probe and 2 Immortals. Everything gets depowered. herO, he's coping back. He's coping. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Classic overwhelms. Classic takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A shout out to Kashim. Share, my papi Sham. A big shout out to Kashim for subscribing for 23 months, almost 2 years. Almost 2 years of support. Thank you so much for the support in the chat. Thank you, papi. Thank you. GG, well played. As Classic takes the lead in the series. Again, winding it back, herO, he had a really strong response, a really strong setup. herO, he was favored initially, I would say, against Classic, but we did mention towards the end there, herO, he did make the choice to expand. It was very confident, very greedy play for herO to expand there, and we saw that he wasn't able to hold on to the natural. Because he threw down, because he invested into that Nexus, that could have been a Stargate. That could have been a Stargate, and that could have been a Phoenix, and if he had done so, that would have been a harder defense, a stronger defense, and a harder shutdown from herO. But again, he chose to expand instead. He chose to expand after he realized he couldn't save the base, after he canceled the Nexus. Then he threw down the Stargate. Then he started the Phoenix production. But again, that was all delayed because he was trying to be greedy there, because he, again, just was maybe overconfident. And with that, he gets punished. GG, well played. Now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of LiuLi, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. 1 game away from making it to the Grand Finals. It is a Classic. And spawning into the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Twisted Minds. It is a herO. Here we go again. herO, he honestly was hard countering Classic. He was hard countering him, but herO did something that he's known for. He does like to take risks. He likes to take chances, and that's what happened last game. Again, he took a big risk, a big chance when it came to expanding, and we saw that in the end he got punished for it. He got punished for expanding. And with that, now we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Classic goes with the same build. He's done it 3 games in a row. He's 2 games against Showtime and now here against herO. Here comes the probe. Here comes the probe. Interesting location here. If Classic throws down a pylon, based on the setup that we have here, it looks like it'll be a fake out. Never mind. Pylon in the main, no proxy. So no proxy out of Classic. He's going for a standard opener instead. So 2 gateways, a pylon back at home. herO likewise, pylon back at home as well, standard opener as well. Now the most interesting thing that's happening here is that herO doesn't probe scout. So 0 probe scout out of herO. He's going for a sentry expand. Very greedy here from herO, but honestly a really good read. Basically what's happening here is that herO, he's like, hey, you just all in game 1. I believe that you will not all in game 2, to the point where I'm not even going to scout. herO doesn't scout, he doesn't check at all, doesn't even check the nearby locations, and herO goes for a very greedy opener, sentry expand. This is one of the greediest openers you can go for off of a 2-gate opener, or this is the greediest build you can go for of a 2-gate opener. So hybrid greed here out of herO, blind greed as well, and it works. It doesn't just work. Classic, he went for the opposite move. Classic, he didn't scout with his probe. He goes for a robo in the main. This is meant to be a hard counter against a proxy, but there is no proxy. Now he knows. Yeah, now he knows. So Classic is behind, and Classic, does he stay behind? Yeah, he expands. He's going to expand here. So Classic is going to go for a more defensive opener. herO will get away with his greed. So off of the openers here, herO's in a better position. Classic, he went for a robo before expand. This is meant to be defensive. It's what herO went for last game. So both players gambled. Both players did gamble quite hard. I will say that herO's in a better position, but Classic has the opportunity to harass. So he's going for his War Prism, and he's going to have to get some damage done because Classic is behind. Classic is behind. He has to get some damage. Hallucination does confirm the robo and the prism. herO knows. Yeah, herO, he sees everything, he knows. herO is fully aware. And herO is setting up and getting ready for the War Prism harass. So really nice scouting, really nice reaction out of herO. Shield batteries are on the way. And there's a lot of pressure on Classic here. A lot of pressure on Classic. Which is on the right hand side. He's just going for a frontal assault instead. The shield battery is now done. Classic is trying to commit. Forces are locked down the hallucinations. No major pickups. But again, this is not good enough. Like, again, Classic, he's down quite heavily in the worker count. He's not making probes. He's all in? Yeah, 3 gate. Yeah, he's got a 3rd gateway. My apologies, I missed this. So he's got a 3rd gateway. He's not making probes. He's 1 base all in. He's essentially 1 base all in. Fake natural, no saturation. He intentionally did cut worker production. Does go for the force field. Does try to, but he gets zoned away. And Classic, here comes the Immortal. He did rally. Did rally across, takes down the sentry. Gets 1, will barely not get the other. Classic, he has to break through. Ooh, we go for the dive, we go for the dive. Nice blink there from herO, takes down the Prism, takes down the Immortal. The boys are being pulled. And herO, can he take this fight? He can afford to lose some boys. He can lose some probes. And he will. And herO holds. Yeah, herO, he does hold. Does defend. And here he's maintaining his lead. He's still bleeding out some probes, but it's worth it. He will pick up almost every single Stalker. 1 Stalker recalls. GG, well played. As the all-in fails, and herO, he will tie up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Classic, he cut worker production at the natural base. He only had 5 probes. Only 5 probes at the natural. He went for a 3rd gateway back at home. I do apologize for missing that 3rd gateway until we panned over and we realized. But Classic basically one base all-in, and the all-in did fail. He was unable to break the natural base, unable to break herO. herO defended, and with that, we're going to the ace match. Whew, we're going to the ace match, we're going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if this goes the way of herO or Classic. Honestly, this could go either way. Classic and herO, they often do trade. As we're getting into game number 3. Honestly, there's a world where herO could have 2-0'd. Like, I'm still thinking about game 1 where herO expanded. Like, he was crazy, man. It was crazy. Este herO. But here we go. We're getting into this and spawning in the top side, the top left-hand corner of Magnatha. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back and make it to the finals? It is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Go. Here we go as we are getting into our next game. Getting into our ace match, and so far it's been a pretty intense series. We'll see if anyone goes for a proxy, if anyone tries to go for another cheese. I mean, Classic has been going for non-stop one base all-ins. True, non-stop one base all-ins. Does he stop now? Does he play a little bit more macro? Is it herO's turn to all-in instead? Probes are moving in. Workers are moving in. Classic once again, he veers off the path. My eyes are on this probe. Based on its trajectory here, it looks like either a proxy Stargate or a fake proxy pylon. Yeah, he's going to the corner. Going to the corner. This is not a location for a robo. This should not be a one base all-in. Should not be an all-in. Either Stargate or just fake pylon. It looks like a fake pylon. A fake proxy is what this is basically meant to be. As Classic does move out. And Classic is trying to force an overreaction. If herO goes for a robo opener before expanding, then this will work. Then this is the ideal for Classic. We can see herO is scouting on the left-hand side. herO, he knows that the pylon is missing. He counts, he knows the pylon is missing. We know that it's a fake proxy pylon, but herO is trying to confirm. He's scouting, trying to confirm. What does he go for? Does he take the bait? Is he confident? As he does open up Double Stalker. Classic about to expand. And so is herO. Okay, so herO, he will... never mind, Robo. He's going for the Robo. He's going for 2 more Stalkers as well. herO, he will not expand. herO, this is turning into a one base all-in. Yep, third gateway. Third gateway, one base all-in out of herO. Game 1 and Game 2, Classic was one base all-inning, and now it's herO's turn. Now it's herO's turn to one base all-in. As herO, he scouted all of bottom left. He scouted the entirety of bottom left. Now he scouts top right, and herO, he barely does confirm the pylon. Now he knows. Now he sees, now he knows, now he is aware. He already saw the Nexus. So with this Robo, should be going for the War Prism, and it's all or nothing for herO. Hallucination from Classic will confirm that Nolan is coming his way. So Classic, he knows. He confirms no expansion, and the third gateway, and the Robo. Back at home, Classic, he responds with his own defensive Robo, but this is a late Robo. Remember, this is a Robo after the Nexus. So late Robo here for Classic, so late Immortal Production. Later Immortal Production. And it's going to be go time for herO. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Classic. herO is massing up his army. He's got 6 Stalkers so far. he's going for Disruptors. Okay. Straight for the base, straight for Disruptors. This is very risky. This is very risky. There's a lot of variance here. He goes for a late expansion. herO is trying to expand out of this. This is a bold move. Disruptors have potential, of course, but the hallucination should confirm. hero's moving in. He can two-shot. Oh, not quite. He can two-shot sentries. Saves the stalkers. Nearly gets away. Gets one sentry. So far, this is not worth it for herO. Remember, herO, his base is so delayed. Hallucination confirms the bait. Classic knows disruptors are coming. He knows. herO gets behind the mineral line. Denies mining. Important. Very important here that herO denies mining. Every little bit of economic damage does help. Stargate's on the way. That should be for Phoenixes. That's going to be a hard counter to the Disruptor. War Prison speed. It's getting War Prison speed. The herO. I'll be honest. It's so difficult to make this work. There's a chance, but it's a very slim chance. Right, coming into a longer game, coming into the mid game on 2 bases, Classic is ahead. Classic has got a better economy. He's fully aware of what's going on. He needs a little bit more time for the Phoenixes. The pressure is on herO. We're gonna make some magic happen. But it is herO, like he's known for that. As is moving out with Adept Harass, moving out with War Prism, Disruptor Harass as well. Prison speed is almost done. herO, he has some units at home to defend. And here comes the Nova. You're Nova to the reaction. Ooh, delay reaction there as Classic did bunch up 7 probe kills. Good start. A good start here for herO. Across the map, he's trying to hold on, trying to defend. Ooh, as Classic's going for the warp in. The Immortal's getting caught out. Should be lifted. Ooh, barely. Barely a save. That's a lot of hold damage on the Immortal. That should not have happened. Immortal taking a lot of hits. Disruptor rotating around. Where is that Phoenix, by the way? Wait. Did he cancel? He canceled the Stargate. Oh, Classic canceled the Stargate. Okay, that means no Phoenixes. Classic. Maybe he thought that herO wasn't going to commit. Never goes up. Gets 2 Stalkers. A nice pickoffs here from herO. Very nice trade. Getting 7 probes and 2 Stalkers. Classic, he had a Stargate on the way, but he did choose to cancel. Now he has to wait for Blink. And herO's back in this. He's done enough damage. Oh my god. The Prism is taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. We can see herO is trying to hunt down that Prism. He's searching for Classic. Classic the first. Oh, sorry, I say the first. Both players to expand. Calming down. War Prism is still in the corner of the map. Classic, he's been spotted. That's 2 Immortals, by the way. There's 2 Immortals in this War Prism, and Blink is almost done. Classic, he is playing with fire right now. He has to get the hell out of here. Stalkers get spotted. This is a very expensive Prism. And the Prism is expensive. Now he does have a recall, so he can still save this. And he shouldn't lose it. He shouldn't lose it, not anymore. Oh. herO with the jukes. We'll see what herO can find as he finds the main army. There's a recall. There's a recall back home. Prism is safe. herO, he has yet to recall himself. He doesn't quite get the Stalker. Quiet, we have more Disruptors on the way. Now, when it comes to PvP, Disruptors, I mean, they are ideal. It's difficult to tech into Disruptors like this, but herO, he's there. And Disruptors, they can be superior to Immortals. As you can imagine, Blink Stalkers can avoid Novas. Immortals have to rely on the War Prism. They have to rely on the Prism to avoid Novas. As you know, the Prism can only fit 2 Immortals, so again, it's going to be difficult to micro against the Novas. Not impossible, but difficult. Prism gets caught. Oh, he wants it. He wants it. He's going to get it, but it'll cost him a couple of Stalkers. That's 1, 2, 3 Stalkers going down. Warprint did complete. Nova goes off. 6 more probes going down. Here he finds more value. That's 13 probe kills and 2 Stalkers for 1 prism. Sorry, for 1 Disruptor. And the Disruptor lives. That's a 1 Disruptor. 15 kills. The 15 kill Disruptor. Let's go. Now, when it comes to head-on fights, I favor Classic if the Disruptors don't hit, if they don't land, right? Like, Classic, he has more Immortals. So in a head-on fight, Classic, he should have the greater army, but Disruptors, like, they still have a lot of potential to make or break a fight for herO. Zell's taking it to the main. Classic is sharking around. herO out of position. He's here between his 4th and 3rd, and Classic is going for the natural. Classic is diving in, finds 1 free Disruptor. 1 Disruptor goes down. Again, hero's out of position. Nice force field, and Classic is just going for the kill. Going for the natural. Classic is going for the throats. Again, herO, he missed the rotation. Nova goes off, does graze the army, but no major connections. Second Nova doesn't connect either. He's got 1 Nova left. That's the final Nova. Final Nova does connect with the Immortal. 1 Immortal goes down. Oh, not even. He saves it. Saves the Immortal. Zelts are dealt with. Miss rally out of herO. Yeah, it does miss rally. And Classic, he is doing it. Ooh, nice Nova though. Nova goes up. Nova goes up. Another Nova as well. Does force a pickup. That's the final Nova. Connects, and herO, he defends. herO, he defends. He shuts down the Prism. GG gets called. The Novas did pay off in the end. And herO, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he does claim the series. He does advance on. A very, very intense back and forth between herO and Classic. Went all the way to the ace match, and we saw herO with a wild response, with a wild build, as we're heading over to the Americas server. Again, herO, he did open up with a 1 base all-in, going for a 3-gate setup, a robo all on 1 base. Classic got away with greed, and herO, after realizing what happened, after realizing his opponent was being greedy, he reacted with a Bay for Disruptor Harass. And he went for a late expansion. It was a bold move, but it did pay off. Did pay off. herO, sure, he was initially behind economically. He was taking a later expansion, but his Disruptor did pay for itself. He was able to deal enough economic damage to recover and take a worker lead. Did take a lead from there. GG, well played. Again, heavily reliant on his Disruptors, on his Novas, and also reliant on Classic being unable to avoid those Novas as well. GG, well played. Again, late reactions from Classic, and with that, we do have our 2 finalists. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. As we have our grand finals ready, the lower semis did conclude. MaxPax took down a Cure 2-0, and now we have the grand finals between MaxPax and herO, another PvP. It's going to be a best of 5 PvP between herO and MaxPax. Let's go. As this is going to be a rematch from last week's Awardy TV, this week's Awardy TV Monday. There's a lot to get into there. There's a lot to get into. Here we go. But yes, this is going to be a rematch. If you were watching the Awardy TV Monday this week, if you remember, it was actually at a more European-friendly time. Awardy, he was unavailable in the morning, so he pushed back his tournament to the evening location instead. And I believe it clashed with Rotterdam's tournament. We didn't cast it because it was too late. We were asleep at the time. But herO did defeat MaxPax in that tournament. Again, that was a couple of days ago. We'll see if we can do it again. We'll see if MaxPax can get his revenge. Now, what I do love about herO versus MaxPax over the past like 3 weeks, or 2 to 3 weeks, is that MaxPax has been reinventing his PvP. He has been going back to the drawing board. MaxPax, he's finally a lot more versatile. We've been seeing a lot more cheese, a lot more aggression, and a lot more 2-gate openers out of MaxPax. MaxPax, he no longer relies on the MaxPax opener in PvP. I would say that PvP was MaxPax's worst matchup this year. This year, he has been struggling so much in PvP, but finally, over the past 2 to 3 weeks, he has finally been branching out with his PvP, been going and exploring more builds, more openers, and been finding a lot more success. But he was catching people off guard. He was catching a lot of players off guard with that over the past 2 weeks, but now everyone knows. Now herO has adjusted. herO was able to beat MaxPax the last time they faced in the finals in that best of 5, and we'll see if herO has acclimated to MaxPax. Let's go, let's find out. Here we go. That's sarcasm. Mito, if you don't like PvP, you don't like StarCraft. What's going on? What's happening? So what online tournaments are, papi. Aye. Smurge, papi, smurge. As Vita's underway. Are underway, and we will soon set up. Cool. He should have gone up the ramp to the main to push. He had the option to, for sure, if you remember, because he, if you're referring to Classic in those final moments in that game, where he did outposition herO and he had the high ground, he had force field to the ramp, he did have the option to go further into the main base. Instead, he chose to fight with that ramp, with that high ground. I don't blame him for that choice. Alas, he was overwhelmed, right? We saw reinforcements coming in from behind, from the front. Novas were popping off as well. There's a world where maybe Classic wins that fight. So I don't blame him for going for it. Like, he did have the advantage there, but in the end, of course, did not go his way. Not go his way. Here we go. Looks like the Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Here we go. Do you think it would have been possible for Clash to bring onto disruptors before they got the shots off? Maybe. The problem is that if he had blinked forward on the disruptors, then he would have lost his, like, positional advantage, referring to, like, the force fields and his high ground. But maybe that would have made a difference when it came to the fight. He would have lost a lot of soldiers in the process, but would it have been worth it? Maybe. Regardless, we're now getting into our first series, our first best of 5, the grand finals, los grand finales of LiuLi Cup number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself from South Korea. It is herO for Twisted Mind. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. So now we are going to be selling in. We have a 2-gate opener out of herO, and there it is, 2-gate opener out of MaxPax. Again, if you haven't been watching MaxPax over the past 2 weeks, then this might be a surprise to you, but that's why we had a little bit of a rant leading into this. How MaxPax, he has reinvented his PvP. He's now a little more versatile, and he's a little more willing to go for these 2-gate openers. I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time, or I say I can't remember. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks since MaxPax went for the MaxPax opener in PvP. He stopped. He has, for the most part, stopped. And that does open up just a whole bunch of different openers and a whole bunch of different responses as well. Let's go. So 2-gate versus 2-gate. MaxPax, he does not send out a probe across the map. So he does have a scanning probe, but he has no proxy set up. So no proxy here from MaxPax. pylon is in the main, and herO scouts. Likewise, MaxPax also confirms the pylon in the main base. So far, we have mirrored builds. Ooh, herO going Sentry Expand. A greedy response here from herO. MaxPax going Stalker Adept. So here is being greedy, he's cutting corners. Here he locks in the probe, so the probe is stuck in the main, which means MaxPax cannot pylon block, which means herO will have the greater economy. MaxPax opening up with a Stargate. Stargate before Nexus. Okay. As here he does have, again, the faster expansion. Again, here he has been greedy. MaxPax going for the later Nexus, but again, going for the faster Stargate for Oracle Harass. So on the one hand, the herO should have the higher probe counts, but the Oracle is there to try to amend that and try to help MaxPax catch up and maybe even take a lead. Lead. Oh. As herO does catch the initial Adept. Oracle is now out. herO does confirm with the hallucination. He's aware. He's aware of the Oracle. Back at home, we have faster blink for herO. Remember, Stargate for MaxPax. Twilight Council for herO. So faster blink. As herO, he does overextend for a moment. From here, he kites back, trying to keep up with the Oracle. Oracle does hit the natural. Going for the Stalker. Yeah, it does go for the dive. The Stalker does survive. Nice moves out of herO. As herO does pull away. Barely saves the Stalker. Actually rotates over towards the natural. Oh. As so far we do see 3 probes going down. Some decent damage here from MaxPax. And he keeps both Oracles alive. True. Does keep them alive. But Adeptse threaten the shade. Here he does fully wall up. Ooh, Adeptse commit to the shade, going for the mineral line, getting 1 probe. Getting 2. 5 in total. Double Oracle into the main base. Here is out of position. This can pop off. Here is pushing. Yeah, he's just rallying everything across the map. The main base is exposed. Probe's going to be going down. That's going to be critical damage. Here, he's all in. He's all in. A blink is almost done. He still needs more time for blink, though. As that's 15 probe kills. That is critical damage. herO trying to look down some of the Stalkers, but the shield barriers within range. He will lose in the Sentry. Trades the Sentry for a Stalker. We'll lose another. Yeah, second Sentry goes down. herO gets another Stalker, but he's been losing all of his Sentries. Blink is done. Blink is complete. He can try to outcontrol MaxPax, but he has a second shield battery. herO microing his heart out. It's a nice control. The Oracle back into the main, just crippling herO. Again, it's all or nothing for herO. A bit of a panic blink. Okay, pulls back. Pulls back. The Prism has arrived. MaxPax now, he has blink of his own. He's caught up in those upgrades. The Prism! Oh, Prism! He wants it. He gets the Warp Prism. No more reinforcements. No reinforcements. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, massive overextension from herO. And herO is falling behind. He's falling behind. That was his moment. Again, behind this, he got another gateway. He was on a 3-gate setup. He was meant to be committing to his all-in. But the aggression fails. The aggression fails. The Prism goes down. And our MaxPax is getting further ahead, claiming a 3rd base. Now, herO, does he try to expand, or does he throw down another gateway? Looks like expansion. Okay. a Nexus for MaxPax, and we should be seeing a Nexus for herO. So both players are expanding. MaxPax is in a better position. Remember, MaxPax has had better mining for longer, and of course he does have +1 that's halfway done. More than halfway done. So better upgrades for MaxPax. herO, he just now begins his own forge. Now, the deficit that herO has is not insurmountable. There's definitely opportunities here for counterattacks, for some economic damage. herO has potential. So does MaxPax. He still has that Oracle alive. And the pressure is still on herO. Pressure's on herO. As he's trying to build up, working towards charge. Charge on the way. MaxPax poking out. I don't think he intends to commit, as he doesn't have a War Prism. The river is just not finishing. And pushing up a ramp into Immortals is not going to be too easy, so he's just trying to find some damage here and maybe pick up some transferring workers. Better CranKy for MaxPax. Oh, we'll lose 1 Stalker there. 1 Stalker goes down, 3 Stalkers even, 4. 4 Stalkers to fall, better engaging for herO. MaxPax trying to punish. herO thankfully has the Oracle. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oracle goes down. So it does take it into the main. Very nice. This is what herO needed. Gets into the main base. 4 or 5 probe kills. Nicely done. Here he does catch MaxPax with his pants down. He's slowly building up his immortal count. He's working towards charge. MaxPax, he's late to take into charge. Ooh, well, we'll get the 4th. Let's force a cancel. Containing herO. MaxPax going for the faster 4th himself. We're building up. Now, the big question here is, how long will it take for our players to take up into Archons, if at all? herO does have a nice window here where he has charge over his opponents, so he can reinforce with Zealots. As herO trying to overwhelm, he does pick off a good amount of Stalkers. That was how many? I want to say that was like 5 Stalkers going down. 4 to 5. So better trade for herO. Looks like he won't be able to make use of that charge timing. So charge looks like he will finish. We speak about the Archons. There we go. Temple Archives on the way. Faster Archons for herO. It's on the horizon. And herO now having 4 Immortals. MaxPax cannot push into this. Not with Pure Stalker. This is where Zealots are a must. It does get 1. A bit of miscontrol there by herO. Lose one of his Immortals. At the same time, Zealots got into the mineral line. 5 probes went down. Stage trap doesn't quite connect. Still very intense. First Archons coming in for herO. MaxPax, technically he has access to Archons with Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is finishing up. Going for DT Harass and can also morph an Archon via that as well. So far, MaxPax has to pull away. Has to pull out, distracting the main army. Zealots, they do get into the mineral line once again. Very nice. Yeah, MaxPax distracting herO. Gets another 5 probes. Run by. herO, he's had enough. he's had enough. Going for the counter attack. He's got 4 Immortals. He has 1 Archon. With only 1 Archon, I feel like with Zealot reinforcements, MaxPax should be fine. Yeah, here come the Zealots. Like, charge also a big power spike in PvP, and oh, that's a kill. Kill, not a cancel. Without a good enough Archon count, Zealots can overwhelm, but now we have a second Archon. Okay, so 2 Archons for herO. MaxPax, he doesn't want to A-move into the Archons. Okay, he's kiting back. Zealots, they pull away. Nice control. Oh, he does catch the Archons. Now he can go for it. He can go for the dive. Yeah, MaxPax is moving in. His army is stuck behind this. Even a couple of boys being pulled, getting on top of the Immortals. He gets one. Zealots, they just can't engage. Yeah, just an awkward engage here from MaxPax. But there we go, he blinks on in. He will get every single Immortal. We spoke about it. Zealots, they overwhelmed the army. We needed those Archons. And with that Stasis Trap, that was the MVP Stasis Trap. MaxPax, he will take the fight. He will take the fight. He will overwhelm. It's costing him all the probes though, true. So very messy. A messy defense here, but MaxPax, he does have an overwhelming army. So from here he moves down. And what do we have left to defend? This is the army. We have a handful of Zealots. Ay, ay, ay. Unironically, it's 12 Zealots. That's the army supply for herO. Now warping in an Archon. But MaxPax is moving out. Again, that was the best fight I could have hoped for. That Stasis Trap was the MVP. That signaled MaxPax to just dive in. Just dive, just go for it. It was messy, for sure. It was a little bit like the army was kind of getting stuck on itself. And the clearance engaged, but it was good enough. It was good enough. MaxPax cutting back to the Stasis. See in the chats, +1 probably be bigger, getting to +2. As we mentioned, the upgrades were less impactful. A lot of it came down to the composition, came down to the army, came down to the Stasis Trap, right? Like here, he had purely Immortal Stalker. Without any Archons, he just couldn't really hold his own against a swarm of Zealots. Like, the composition was just in favor of MaxPax. If the Archons didn't get Stasis, then here he could have held his own here. He could have actually... I mean, MaxPax wouldn't have fight. He wouldn't have fought. He wouldn't have dove. The game most likely would have continued. Yeah, and here, the final fight for herO. He's trying to do what he can with what little he has. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, he will lose his final army. You see MaxPax breaking the main force, pushing into the economy, pushing into the bases, getting to the mineral line. MaxPax still has 3 Archons, so even with Zealot reinforcements, he can hold his own. And with that, MaxPax, he will take a lead in the series. GG gets called. MaxPax takes game number 1. Does take the lead. Here we go. GG, well played. Again, just a really critical fight, a really crucial moments for MaxPax, as it all did go his way. He was able to bait herO in, pull off with the Stasis, and then just dive on that army. We saw that herO, his 4 or 5 Immortals, they meant nothing against the mass gateway composition that MaxPax had. GG. GG, well played. As MaxPax takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. Getting into our next game. And game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Tokamak being one of the larger maps in the map pool, and we'll see if either one of our players does go for any cheese. I mean, there's a lot of places to hide a proxy pylon. With that, we can go for an all-in, we can go for a proxy Stargate, we can try to fake out our opponents. We could even try to cut corners and go for a greedier opener, which herO is quite fond of. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Danish Protoss player leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. From here, we're settling in, and we'll see if we go for another 2-gate opener. If, as a reminder, herO did go for a 2-gate opener, Sentry expand, very greedy start. In the end, he did not maintain the economic advantage. Tried to, but didn't quite get away with it. And we'll see if we can do so this time. Once again, 2-gate opener out of herO, 2-gate opener out of MaxPax. So far, mirrored builds. Right now, we are looking for each other's pylon. You can see that herO looks like he will hide a pylon here outside of his main, and this location looks like a fake proxy pylon. Basically, the purpose of this is that MaxPax, because he's in the main base, he's counting pylons. He will confirm a pylon is missing, and herO is hoping to try to get into the head of MaxPax and try to make him overreact and be overly defensive, and make it look like he's cheesing when he isn't. As herO moves out. Behind this, do have our Sen set up here to MaxPax. He has his own pylon in the main, and we'll see how MaxPax responds. Does he take the bait? Does he not? Double Stalker here out of herO. Does open Double Stalker. Meanwhile, Stalker Adept out of MaxPax. With that, he can get across the map to scout and harass. Yeah, MaxPax is setting up on the low ground, so he doesn't fall for it. Oh, Stargate first, okay. Goes for it, his tech first. Stargate opener into a delayed expansion. With that, he can go for Oracle harass. herO getting a safety shield battery in the main. And herO should be expanding. What's going on? herO going to be reinforcing with 2 more Stalkers, so we have a quadruple Stalker start out of herO. And we'll see if he can punish this natural, as it does have a much stronger Stalker army. So again, herO, he delays his own natural base in favor of the Stalker aggression. He wants that pylon. Shield battery's done. Nicely timed here from MaxPax. Nicely timed. Here comes the second Stalker. Got a very clutch defense here by MaxPax. Nice snipe. Gets 1. Gets 2. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, MaxPax out trading. The Oracle has arrived. He can dive on the Stalkers. He can, he will, and MaxPax holds. Yeah, MaxPax actually does hold. He punishes herO. Ooh, as the final Stalker barely goes down. And herO gets away with his natural. MaxPax gets away with his natural. herO does not. herO, his own base is delayed because herO was trying to force a cancel, trying to punish and break the natural base. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it in the end. herO committed quite hard. herO heals 4 Stalkers for the 1 Stalker of MaxPax. Oracle is deflected. Behind this, herO is taking up into a Twilight Council, so he will have faster blink, true. But he will have a worse economy. So worse economy for herO. Oracle is deflected. MaxPax moving out. herO out of... Oh, no, actually, he's in position. herO is in position. Catching up MaxPax. Yeah, MaxPax overextends. Pushing into sentries. Bit of a rough trade, but the Oracle does get into the mineral line. Gets 3 probes. Back up Oracle into the main. Going for the stasis. And the stasis will go off. Catching 3 probes. 3 probes getting caught. Oracle's a pick off another probe in the main. 5 in total. And I mean, MaxPax, he already had an economic lead. He maintains it. He maintains, he extends that lead. Max actually has 40 per. Jeez. Like, saying he has an economic lead, it's an understatement. Like, MaxPax, his economy is thriving back. Ay, ay, ay. It's looking solid. And the pressure is very much so on herO. And you can see, sure, herO, he has faster blink, but only slightly. We can see the blink is catching up for MaxPax. The window isn't too great that herO has. And if herO throws down another couple of gateways, he may turn this into a 2-base all-in. Otherwise, he's expanding. So herO, he will take a third. It's going to be a rough road to recovery here for herO. There's the third base. MaxPax, he should confirm. Yep, he scouts. He confirms a third, so he knows there's no 2-base all-in. Nice scout from MaxPax. Poke in, picking up the sentries, applying pressure to the third base. And I mean, because of the greater economy, he does have the greater army. So a Warpin coming in. And Max actually has a greater concave here. Picks up the sentry, going for the stalkers, and here he kind of hold on. I mean, the shield battery will help though. Shield battery does help, but now here come the reinforcements, and Max actually will overwhelm the third base. He will break the third. He will break herO. hero's trying to hold on. There's the Angeva charge. Okay. herO, he holds. He's holding on at the same time. Ooh, stasis goes off. Double Oracle into the natural. And MaxPax is still just critical damage. You're just falling behind in the early game and not quite being able to recover. Did overextend. And he was punished for it. Referring to when herO was pushing into the natural base, like he was punished for that. He had later natural. Lost too many workers. And herO should not be able to recover. GG gets called as MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead in the finals. GG, a solid lead here from MaxPax. Again, herO, he was very aggressive at the start of the game. Remember, he chose to delay his natural for not just double stalker, for a third and fourth stalker as well. He went up to a quadruple stalker start, delaying his own expansion, hoping to try to punish MaxPax and break that natural. He failed to do so. MaxPax, he had some very crisp control with his first two stalkers, as he was able to buy enough time for the shield battery, buy enough time for the oracle. In the end, he was able to outtrade herO and then use that oracle to his advantage to deal economic damage across the map, and just got further and further ahead from there. herO, he tried to recover, tried to stabilize by getting a third base, but he had fallen too far behind. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game 3, and we'll see if the series will end here and now. We'll see if herO can start the comeback. The pressure is on. The pressure is on herO. Let's go. Let us go. As we're getting into Incorporeal. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Danish Protoss player. Of the Danish Protoss, we have the Blue Protoss, leading the series 2-0, one game away from becoming this week's LiuLi Cup champion. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Down heavily in the series, one more loss, and that is the end of the series. That is the end of the tournament. He has to fight back here and now to begin the comeback. It is herO. Go. Double supply. Yes, if we didn't make it clear, like a lot of that came down to the early game. Came down to the early game from herO, as he did fall behind economically, which translated into a larger army, of course, into a better setup for MaxPax. herO is getting quite desperate, and he was trying to get away with the third base and hoping that MaxPax would be more passive. Thanks to the Stargate, thanks to the Oracles, MaxPax, he was able to scout the third. He knew that he could apply pressure, knew that he could overwhelm. Just because of the lead that he had, of course. Meanwhile, 2 gate open out of MaxPax. herO gate expand. Okay. herO very greedy build here. Gate expand before the cyber core. You do not get greedier than this. We have seen straight up Nexus first before, so true. I guess that is also something that we do see every now and then. Very rare build though. But gate expand out of herO. MaxPax, it is very common to respond to this with a 1 base all in. So we'll see if MaxPax does proxy. Yep, 1 base all in. So this should be a proxy robo, and MaxPax should be looking to punish the greed of herO as the pylon is set up. Ideally, herO should be blindly going for a 3rd gateway and then a robo behind this as well, just to be hyper safe and defensive. Again, herO knows he's been scattered, and again, it is a standard response to go for the all-in. Show us the robo. There it is, a robo from MaxPax, 1 base all in. And herO, he should know what's coming. He should know, even though he hasn't scattered, you can see he's scatting. He's checking on the left-hand side with the probe. Even though he hasn't seen what's going on, there's a very high chance that MaxPax is going for the robo. As herO is attempting the scouts. Does check here on the right-hand side. Yeah, he confirms. Yeah, does find it, does confirm. herO is moving out to focus on the pylons. A proactive choice here from herO. Proactive approach. He's going for the first pylon. He will force a cancel. But the robo will finish. And here come the reinforcements for MaxPax. Now herO, if he can depower this robo, if he can take down both pylons, then he can stop this. Let them say shade in. They focus on the zealots. We have stalkers on the way. Zealot goes down. herO, he's got 2 stalkers. He will kill 1 pylon. But again, thanks to the other pylon, the immortal should finish. And herO, he doesn't want to get caught by that immortal. He has to get the hell out of here. Gets a pylon. herO, he does escape. He does get away. Behind the steps. Oh, they get into the mineral line. Max moves out of MaxPax. herO, he does respond with a 3-gate setup. Again, common response here, 3 gateways before the robo. Oh, nice positioning here from herO, chasing the shade. Gets 1 adept. Oh, gets the other. Does get 2 adepts, but the immortal has arrived. Shield battery on the high ground. So here he can hold onto the ramp. Going for the pro. Jesus, go bold move. herO warping it across the map. Does warp in across the map. There's nothing at home to defend. herO, he might be able to pull this off. He doesn't have 3 gates, he has 4. He has 4 gateways. Basically, herO's going for his own 1-base play. The immortal trying to work its way through, but it cannot. Zealot's taking it. They depower the gates. Oh, herO depowers the gateways, forces the recall. And herO, he saves the natural. He saves the natural. herO, this army might be cleaned up, but this is worth it. So this is very, very worth it for herO. Does force the recall. herO, he depowers the robo. He saves the natural, and herO is running away with this game. Whew. And we're going to have a series. We're going to have a series here. We're going to have a back and forth. As herO gets into the mineral line, he's one-shotting probes. 6 probes going down. MaxPax has a crippled economy. And again, he has no tech. He's trying to repower his robo. He's stuck at home. He has to defend against the shades. Stuck defending. Oh. herO is saturating his natural. He's got time. Doubles back around, ensures that the robo stays depowered. Kills the pylon. And here's just getting further ahead. He's getting further ahead. The MVP proxy. Sure. You can see here he's setting up outside of his main base. He's hoping to lure MaxPax in, then he can come in from behind and snipe the warp prism. So cheeky move here by herO. I think MaxPax may have caught a glimpse of the army. I think he knows. Where are we going here? herO, he moves out a little bit too far. Uh-oh. He moves out too far. That should not have happened. herO completely out of position. Ay, ay, ay. But here he does come back home. Does make it back. Going for the sentries. Gets one. Yeah, Sentries are going down. There's only one Immortal, and herO, he should still overwhelm. As he takes down all the Stalkers, now going for the final Immortal. And MaxPax is out of an army. This is maybe the best fight that MaxPax could have hoped for, like going in initially and killing the mineral line, but he will still lose everything. GG gets called, and herO does fight back. Does put a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, herO, his response was not to go for the robo. He went for a 3-gate setup into a proxy 4th gateway across the map. MaxPax had nothing at home to defend. He was caught completely with his pants down. Zelso able to depower, force the recall, while herO stabilized across the map. GG. GG, well played. So a really nice setup there from herO. And with that, we're getting into game number 4. Let's go. And can we force the ace match? Personally, regardless of how this goes, whether this goes the way of MaxPax or herO, would love to see an ace match, but the pressure is on. As game 4 is going to be on Pylon. Here we go. Alright, getting into Pylon. Still potentially the final game of the series, true. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Danish Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 2-1, and 1 game away from becoming this week's champion. It is MaxPax. 1 more game is still all he needs. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the red Protoss. The pressure is on. Momentum is on his side. He just began the comeback, but can he bring it all the way to game 5? For Twisted Minds, it is herO. Let's go. Let's go. As we are settling in. And remember, last game we saw a gate expand setup out of herO. Here on Pylon, we should not see that. Like, Pylon is known for aggression, is known for, favoring aggressive players. herO moves out with the probe, but MaxPax did see the probe. Here he doubles back to the other side. I love it. MaxPax saw the probe heading in the right-hand side, towards the right-hand side direction. herO moving through the center. And this is a prime location for a proxy robo. Do we commit to the 1 base all in? I mean, because of his probe movement, if there is a Pylon here, and there should be, MaxPax is going to be more prone to scouting all the way in the top right-hand corner of the map instead. So he can maybe use that to his advantage. But also, MaxPax knows that herO knows that that MaxPax saw him. As herO, he does snipe. Was a little bit costly, 4 probes, but he does snipe the probe. Does deny the scout. And here we go. Proxy Robo, 1 base all in out of herO. MaxPax going for a 2-gate opener into an expand. No shot. MaxPax, he knows the Pylon is missing. And he knows there's a probe on the map. Probe now moves in. MaxPax, he's going for the expand. Stargate. Stargate first, followed by the Nexus. And we'll see if MaxPax goes for Void Rays. We'll see if it's going to be enough. As herO is committed. herO is all in. The Immortal has begun. Going Immortal first and not Warp Prism. As the Depths, they are denied a Shade. Oh, taking some hull damage. Both players sustain a little bit of hull damage. Going to be Oracle first out of MaxPax. herO, he didn't... Oh, he did scout. He did scout. He's aware of the Stargate. We should be seeing a shield battery. We need a shield battery back at home to maintain that economy. There it is. Shield battery's on the way. He's ready for the Oracle. Devastation in. Oh my god. Does Shade going for the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. Nice pick off here from herO. Immortal is revealed. Now MaxPax knows. And there is no anti-air. True. Shields get triggered. Devastation into the main. Probes are going down. Ooh, and this is 4 worker kills already. Getting up to 5. Not quite getting up to 6. 5 kills. Here he will depower the gateways. Massive pickup. Yeah, no second pylon. Void Ray is on the way. Again, the Void Ray is the only thing that MaxPax can make. It's the only option. He has to go for that Void Ray defense. I would also say that maybe there's not enough anti-air here for herO. He needs more Stalkers. Here comes the Warp in. Pylon goes down. And herO, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Saves the Immortal. Immortal gets saved. Again, does he have enough anti-air? Shield battery is done. Void Ray survives. And the Void Ray, nice target firing. Void Ray takes down 2 Stalkers. Takes down the Stalkers. Immortals, they do well tanking. And the boys are being pulled. The boys are being pulled. Trying to dive on that Void Ray. See the Void Ray targeting down those Stalkers. Nice control, and hero's done it. herO, he has done it. At the same time across the map, the Oracle goes to town, kills every single probe. But herO, he hunts down the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down, depowers everything in the main base, and herO, he has done it. He has brought it back to the ace match. GG gets called. herO will tie the series up. We're going to game 5. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. Very nice control out of herO when it came to his War Prism micro, preserving his Immortals, preserving his Stalkers, kiting back, being able to focus on the pylons, and ensuring that MaxPax had barely any production. Likewise, also punishing MaxPax's response. MaxPax, he knew the pylon was missing, but he still went for the Stargate, not the Robo. He went for a Stargate opener into the Expand, which had potential with Void Rays for sure, but again, it's not as safe as a Robo opener. So MaxPax, he was being greedy. He was calling herO's bluff, but he wasn't bluffing. He wasn't bluffing. He was committing instead. GG. We're going to the ace match, and that's all that I wanted. Whether it goes the way of herO or MaxPax, we do typically see a back and forth between these two. So going all the way to game 5, and we'll see who's going to be the champion this week. Let's go. Here we go. Bearing in mind that herO did defeat MaxPax earlier in the week in the Water TV Monday, but now our Danish Protoss is here for revenge, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Momentum is on his side. He's won 2 games in a row. Can he win 3 in a row? It is herO. We go. So we are setting up. Setting up. So far, 2 get open out of herO, 2 get open out of MaxPax. The openers are mirrored, but we'll see if we throw down any pylons elsewhere on the map. As herO scouts the main and MaxPax also scouts the main base, there's no extra probe on the map, there's no setup for a proxy. So far, so standard. Right now, we're waiting for the Cybercore to finish, and then we'll wait for the first units of choice. Do we open up double Stalker, double Sentry, Stalker Sentry, or Sentry Expand? Or even Stalker Adept? What's it going to be? Each pairing kind of has its own purpose. Some openers more aggressive than others, some more safe, some more greedy. True. Double Stalker out of herO, a much more aggressive start. Meanwhile, Stalker Adept out of MaxPax. Going for something that does have a little bit more scouting potential. The Adept can shade across the map, of course. Meanwhile, herO will have more of a brute force approach here with additional Stalkers, and he can reinforce this with a 3rd and 4th Stalker as well and delay his expansion. We saw this did not work in Game 2, I think it was Game 2, where MaxPax did punish herO. For now, 2 Stalkers moving out, and both players open Stargate. Okay. Stargate openers all around. herO, he doesn't scout the main base, he's not aware. Likewise, MaxPax isn't aware either. Now, if anyone scouted each other, then we could open up Phoenix. But because both players are in the dark, we could just see Oracle versus Oracle instead. As both players are expanding, remember there's no all-in. Stargate's not indicative of an all-in, and then we go with the Oracle on the way for MaxPax, and the Oracle should be on the way for herO. If either player had scouted, then they'd react and respond with a Phoenix. Oh, herO with the read, okay. herO, he didn't scout, but I mean, he's familiar with MaxPax. We've seen a lot of Stargate play out of MaxPax, a lot of Oracle play, and herO, he's going to try to hard counter. Bold move, bold gamble. That's what herO's known for. He's known for the risks. He's known for gambling. And here he is gambling correctly. Yeah, he's going to run into the Oracle. He will engage. The Oracle should not do any damage. Force a recall. Will take some hull damage as well. And MaxPax in a rough position. He responds with a gateway with his own Twilight Council. herO opening up with his own Oracle. herO pokes in. MaxPax does get away. Ideally, MaxPax, he wants to bypass his Phoenix and get across the map. Because it's a Phoenix, then herO should not have any shield batteries, which means the mineral lines are exposed. The Oracle goes in. Gets the main, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Gets up to 4, doesn't take any hull damage, very nice. 4 probes go down. Gets 4 workers. Meanwhile, the Oracle for MaxPax. Oh. Back at home. Hunting down herO's Oracle. Tries to get away, but should not be able to. Nice snipe. Snipe on the Oracle, both players getting into blink. We have a 4-gate blink set up here out of herO. Meanwhile, we have 3 gateways for MaxPax. herO, he may proxy a 5th gateway. Yep, the pylon is moving out. This looks like a proxy 5th gateway. This looks like a 2-base all-in. There it is. There's a proxy. herO, he is committing, he's doubling down with Mass Stalker, and he wants MaxPax to expand. Phoenix goes down. Phoenix goes down. MaxPax, he does have a safe start with 3 gates. But if he expands, I mean, herO, he's going to get what he wants. Oh, actually, MaxPax going for his own proxy. Okay. Similar setups. There's that 5th gateway for herO. So herO is up 2 gates. Oh, takes down the Phoenix. Link is not yet done. herO, he has to respect this. He has to back off. herO gaining, sorry, MaxPax gaining map control. Oh, but MaxPax is expanding. Remember, herO is not. Yeah, you can see the probe is in position to expand. But herO, he has more gates. And it will soon overwhelm. Stalker's being forced back. MaxPax, he scouts the proxy. Does scout the gateway. Doesn't get the pylon. Going for a Dark Shrine. Bold move. And here he's committing. Does commit. Picks off 2 Stalkers. Here come the reinforcements. Here comes the warp in. Here is going for the kill. We have mass shield battery. MaxPax, he cancels the 3rd base. The stasis. Oh! Does he see? He does. Yeah, he does see. He does notice. Nice bait. Shield batteries are still on the way, and here he's going for the kill. Going for the throats. Voids are being pulled. Very nice force field. Goes for the shield batteries, one after the other. Does force a cancel. Ooh, going for the pylon. Doesn't get it. It doesn't get, there we go. It does barely get the pylon towards the end, but there's a high ground pylon instead. Shield battery remains powered. Here come more reinforcements. Remember, here is all in. Remember, he is 2 base all in. He chose not to expand. MaxPax is barely holding on. He's down in Stalkers, down in supply. herO, he does have detection in the form of an Oracle, potentially. But there's no good answer to Dark Templar. DTs could win the game for MaxPax. He could claim it. Oof. Once again, takes down the pylon. Dark Templar, they're warping across the map. Here come the DTs. Again, that's the Hail Mary play for MaxPax. Remember, 0 detection for herO. But he can try to chrono out an Oracle. I expands. herO expands. No Robo. Here comes the Dark Templar. And this might just be too much. The DTs are revealed. They're revealed across the map. herO, he's chronoing out his Oracle. He needs it. He needs the Oracle. Going into the main. There's DTs everywhere. The Invisible Man. But they might be too slow. herO, he dives on the Stalkers. Does chase them down. There's 2 Stalkers left. Now going for the probes. Going for the boys. As herO, he will be forced out. At the same time, DTs are popping up, but the Oracle has arrived. herO, he defends his main. He defends the main base. And with an energy overcharge, oh, he does have one available. There we go. There's the overcharge. Doesn't quite catch the Dark Templar. Trying to chase him down. herO, he's in a better position. He's up a base. He's up an expansion. He's up in army supply. And MaxPax, he survives, but he's not really living here. DTs keep MaxPax in the game, but they're not winning in the game. They did not do enough damage. Not yet. Proxy goes down. Stasis traps are not what we need. We need revelations. DT gets into the main base. Again, the energy is precious. Wait. Stasis traps don't know what to go for right now. As DTs are popping off. They're killing a lot of probes. This is significant. 11 probes going down. And MaxPax takes a worker lead. He takes a worker lead. He has more efficient mining. herO, do we have a Robo? Still no Robo. He's going for cannons, I would imagine. Another DT slips into the main base. Killing more probes. And again, so frustrating here for herO. He will clean this up. But what once was a commanding lead, no longer. No longer. I mean, he's still massively ahead when it comes to the army. True. He has double the Stalker count, and a head-on fight we have to favor herO, but these DTs are keeping him busy at home, as he's losing even more probes. And he did not get a cannon. As more DTs that are getting in. Dark Templar into the main base, another probe goes down. This is worth it for MaxPax. Getting another 8 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 9 probes even. I'm afraid to look how many. 42 probes have gone down. Most of that was from Dark Templar. Insane damage. And MaxPax is recovering. He's recovering in this game. And if MaxPax were to win this game, it would be purely off of the back of the Dark Templar. herO, now he invests into cannons. These cannons are late. These are late cannons. He got the Forge far early. You can see the +1 was almost done. That's how early he got the Forge. But he just didn't get cannons. He was too confident or too heavily reliant on the Oracles. He had too much faith. Too much faith in the Oracles. Now, herO still has that army lead. As time goes on, he will lose that lead. So, thankfully, he's trying to make use of that army. Remember, he was once up 10 Stalkers, now he's only up by 5. Oh, the Stasis does connect. Yeah, Stasis goes off. MaxPax is holding. And MaxPax is dragging himself back into this game. Ooh, as the Oracles, they do get into the main. It's okay, nice counter damage here from herO. Very necessary damage. Get 6 probes. 6 probes go down. These are slow loss for herO. No charge. hero's backing up. He's backing up. Gets a couple of probes. Ooh, he'll lose the oracles though. Yeah, he'll lose both oracles. Nice catch from MaxPax. MaxPax now up by 6 workers. And again, he's been mining more for longer. Now getting a 4th base up and running. Again, the lead that herO once had, not there anymore. It's not there anymore. And we're still waiting for charge. MaxPax getting into blink DTs. Ooh, as MaxPax, he cannot push up that ramp. herO holding on. The observers are out. He did get his own robo eventually. And here he does spot the stasis traps. He knows. Let's hold on to the ramp. Charge is late for herO, I will say that. I'm pretty sure he just forgot about it, because he did have the money for it for quite some time. So charge finally on the way. Stalker counts are neck and neck. herO, he has +2 over his opponent, so this is a bit of an anti-timing for MaxPax. Yeah, pushing into +2. MaxPax taking the worst fight. And MaxPax calm down. Oh, ooh, nice stasis though. Nice stasis traps. Does catch herO. But again, MaxPax was pushing into a concave without those upgrades. Ay, ay, ay. Now he's catching up. Charge is soon to complete. Mortal pops out. No shields, but this is only pure Stalker, so herO, he has a more efficient composition. He's also doing an amazing job tanking. Speaking of, they'll take it across the map. They do it across. MaxPax, he gets caught out completely. Again, pure Stalker does not scale well. Zelsei warp into the natural, Prism goes down, and MaxPax is bleeding out so much. And even though MaxPax with the DTs, he made a game out of this, he recovered. Oh no! Oh, stasis doesn't go up. And hero's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throats. They're a defensive DT. The DTs are back. Oh no, the Dark Templar. They're getting a lot of damage, by the way. Yeah, here he has to back off. He has to retreat across the map. DTs, they pop up. 23 probes going down. The Invisible Man. I mean, MaxPax, he's known for it. He's known for his DTs. Kills the base, kills the mineral line. MaxPax, he survives thanks to the DTs. That should have been game. That should have been game then and there. But MaxPax, he's surviving. Speaking of DTs, they move out on the right-hand side and on the left. Fanning out across the map. herO, he's forced to race all the way back home. Now, there is going to be a window here where herO has +3. +3 just finished up, so in a head-on fight, herO, he can't take it. Oh, sorry, okay, there's 2 cannons. 2 cannons here will deter. More cannons on the way. Does anyone have Archons? The answer is, herO has 1. 1 Archon is okay, but is it enough? MaxPax, now he has Mass Zealots, true. He has refined his composition, now he's got Mass Chargelet. No longer stuck with pure Stalker. Oh. And herO, we're gonna need more than just 1 Archon. As more probes are going down, he has 6 more probe kills. Prism falls as well. And MaxPax, he's pulling herO apart. He's going for the expansion. So much going down to the DTs. Again, DTs are pretty good. They're pretty good. And MaxPax, he will catch the army. He will catch out the army. A very intense back and forth final game. herO had some strong moments, but the invisible man. True. The invisible man. As the DTs, they go back in, they're killing more probes. Getting more economic damage. MaxPax trying to get on top of that final immortal. Oh no! Yeah, it does overextend. The immortal will go down. And miscontrol there from herO. But even then, economically, he has nothing. Like here, he has no economy. He's down to 41 probes. MaxPax just mass expanding. Just mass expanding. So cannons and shield riders at every base, just in case. Almost every base. And MaxPax is maxing out. He's maxing out, he's overwhelming, he's caught up with the upgrades. Since someone should need herO to make observers, he did make observers. Observers, they were there. As you saw here, he was actually sniping observers from MaxPax. What's happening? Remember, these were not just regular DTs, they were Blink Dark Templar, Blink DTs back. They really get on top of the cannons, and GG gets called with that MaxPax. He will overwhelm, he will claim the series 3-2. He will be this week's LiuLi Cup champion. And GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth. herO had some very strong moments in that game. He was winning fights, he was knocking down bases, but the Dark Templar DTs, they were harassing across the map, they were defending back at home, they were everywhere, and we saw that thanks to them, MaxPax, he survived, he recovered, and he won the game. He won the game thanks to his Dark Templar, non-stop harassment, non-stop counterattacks. herO, every time he tried to move out, even when he was back at home, he had just a really hard time defending, holding on. GG. Even with cannons were being focused down. Cannons were being targeted down time and time again, thanks to the mass amount of DTs and to Blink as well. Remember, there's a reason why MaxPax got into Blink. That's so he could dive on the cannons and focus them down to keep dealing more damage. And with that, did overwhelm, did overrun. And congratulations, MaxPax, he does claim it. Again, a very, very intense final game, and I believe that is another win for MaxPax in the LiuLi Cup. I think someone mentioned it earlier, but I believe MaxPax, he has won every LiuLi Cup so far. Congratulations. Congratulations. And MaxPax, he gets his revenge. He gets his revenge over herO, bearing in mind that herO did defeat MaxPax a couple of days ago in a best-of-5 finals during the WardyTV Monday, but here in the LiuLi Cup, MaxPax takes down herO. So they have their back and forth. And with that, he does claim the win. Congratulations. Otherwise, if you're in the chat, thanks so much for watching, thanks so much for tuning in. This is a weekly tournament, but I believe this may have been the final weekly, because there is going to be an end of a month finals, an invitational bringing together all the top players who have competed thus far in LiuLi Cup. Un momento. Just double checking. Yes, so it's 3 weeklies, so 3 weekly tournaments, and then we do have the August finals, of the LiuLi Cup. Looks like the players that are going to be invited are going to be MaxPax, Cure, Classic, herO, ByuN, herO Marine, Rogue, and Trigger. Okay, so it looks like we have our confirmed players. Actually, I can just show you this here. We have the technology. Un momento. One moment. Bam, there we go. So as you can see here, we have the monthly rankings. You can see that players have been accumulating points. You can see here, week 1, week 2, week 3. This was week 3. This was the final week of LiuLi Cup. So bam, here we have MaxPax winning every time. He's won every weekly so far, just barely. So MaxPax, he's going to be obviously invited. Likewise, you can see it here. Cure in second place with 5 points, Classic with 4, herO with 4, ByuN with 3, Gabe with 3, Rogue with 3, Trigger with 3, and Percival barely does not make the cut. So we have our confirmed top players. As you can see here, we have 4 Protoss, we have 3 Terran, and 1 Zerg. So at least we have a little bit of Zerg representation. This is more than we're used to, so I appreciate it. We have our 1 Zerg player. Let's go, baby, let's go. Alongside the Protoss and Terran. And the bracket will soon be constructed. Again, this is going to be next weekend. Next weekend, we will be covering this on the channel. We'll be covering, I believe it's a 2-day event. I believe it's quarterfinals, and then semis, and then grand finals thereafter. If I'm not mistaken, I'll double check here, but I believe it's a 2-day event, and I believe every series is casted. Double checking here. Wait, 3-day event? Oh. Does this format warrant 3 days? Like, this looks like a solid 2-day event, right? Where day 1 you have all the quarterfinals, day 2 you have semis and finals, right? Am I missing something? Yeah, single elimination, quarterfinals, semis, best of 3, finals, a best of 5. If we had more best of 5s, if we had like best of 5 semis and best of 7 finals, then I can understand 3 days. But that's kind of crazy. Is it gonna be like 3 quarterfinals, then 1 quarterfinals, 2 semis, then finals? Like, what's the interesting. We'll see if the schedule remains, if that remains to be the schedule. But I think currently it is slated to be a 3-day event. Which would be crazy. But we'll find out. We'll find out next week. I think the format is not current on Wikipedia. It looks like Team Liquid, it says it's going to be group stage. Oh, I see. We have Zerg casting by light. True. All the Zerg players are casters now. True. So basically, we're being told that the reason why this is 3 days is that, yes, there is this playoff bracket, but apparently there's meant to be a group stage before this. So it looks like there might be like a round robin group stage or something for seeding purposes. Because I say for seeding purposes because this is 8 players. But we have, I mean, 15 in total because this is everyone with points. This is 8. This is 8 players here. So if there's a group stage, it would just be for seeding? I don't. I guess we'll find. You know what? Maybe the format isn't locked in stone. We'll find out. We'll find out next week. You know what? It's fine. Regardless, next week there is going to be a LiuLi Cup, the monthly finals, and the format is still yet to be confirmed. And it is meant to be more than 1 day. Meant to be. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hola, saludos desde México, papi, México. Vengo de la comunidad de Jaime Arturo Durán Silencio y Juanito y Bond. Oh, bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Mainada. Me siento como niños antes de ir al kinder. Viendo caricaturas. Ah, beautiful. Y desayunando. Ah, I see. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Sí. We're good friends. Jaime es un amigo. Un amigo. Jaime. But good to see you. He's letting us know that he comes from Jim Rising stream, special stream, and Bond. Bond Gaming is a caster from Spain. He's not from Latino America. He's from Spain. But Bond, he was working on HSL, on the Hispanic StarCraft League. So really cool to hear. Aquí estamos casteando en inglés, no en español. Entonces, disculpe. Do apologize. Jaime. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it, guys. And we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening when it comes to the rest of our schedule, when it comes to the rest of the week. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with LiuLi Cup. You can see here Friday evening. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with 2 tournaments. We have KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, and we also have Master Swan Open as well. If you're curious, MSO, Master Swan Open, is an amateur tournament that we host on a monthly basis. It is for those that are that are those that are below 4.7k MMR, below 4.7k. So hey, if you're out there, if you happen to be below 4.7k, whether you're bronze, whether you're diamond, whether you're low masters as well, then you are eligible for the tournaments. Then you can compete. You can compete and come together as a community. So we do host those community tournaments. That's going to be tomorrow evening. I don't cast that. I do admin that event instead. Oh, herO in the chat does cover that. Don't worry, I understand you perfectly. Oh, thank you. Este, you're bilingual, baby, bilingual. Let's go, let's go. Meanwhile, KSL is going to be tomorrow midday, as you can see here, 11 p.m. KST. That is going to be in around, that's going to be at 1 p.m. AEST. That'll be in 12 hours. 12 hours time, we're going to be live with KSL. I say we are going to be live. There's an asterisk on that. That's a maybe. The reason why I say maybe is because going to the vets. Going to the vet tomorrow. I have my 2 pet bunnies, but you know, I'm a little bit concerned about them. So we are going to the vet. That is going to be an arduous process. I've only had them for a couple of weeks, and they are not used to being handled at all. They're amazing. They're amazing. They're beautiful. But I'm not one to, like, you know, be overly pushy and pick them up constantly or anything like that. So they're not used to being handled. So they're not gonna like going to the vet at all. And yeah, that's going to be a process. And that's going to be before KSL. So if we get back home in time, I should be able to cast KSL. If everything's okay, if everything's good, then we should be good to go. Otherwise, I might not cast KSL. So it depends. But like basically a couple of hours before KSL, we're going to the vet. And yeah, also on top of that, once they come back, like, we got to make sure they're okay as well. So there's a big asterisk on the KSL cast. Otherwise, it's in 12 hours. It's in 12 hours. Then we have MSO on Saturday, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday as well. Now, I'm sure there are people out there that are asking for StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft Evolution, the championship, the round of 16 begins this weekend. As you can see, our schedule is already full, so we are not casting it over the weekend, but we will be having some replay casts during the week. So during the week, next week, we have a really, really busy schedule, and I'm going to do my best to cover every single match from the round of 16 of the of StarCraft Evolution League Championship. That's gonna be next week. I'll do my best. I do apologize. I know that a lot of people have been asking for it, and we just haven't been able to cast much SC Evo as of late. We've just been so busy, whether it's with casting or with other things. Again, like I'm only recently pet owner, so it's been taking up a lot of my time. That's why you can see here that our cast this week has been a little bit more sporadic. I just haven't had as much time to cast, unfortunately. Not just to cast, but to do everything else. Like usually I just cast non-stop StarCraft, and I edit VODs, and I schedule VODs, and I work on socials, and I work on replay packs. But now I've had less time to do all of that, to dedicate everything to StarCraft. So definitely trying to balance things as best as I can. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, whether it's for potentially KSL or MSO or Tuna Cup over the weekend. See you then. And again, SC Evo is going to be next week during the week itself. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. For some more StarCraft. See you next time. Ciao. Also, we need a bunny. True, we do need a bunny command. Aye. No. I know it's very off-brand. Why is it not a duckling? Why don't we have ducklings? Maybe one day we'll get our own pet ducklings. We'll have duckling cam as well. It'll be amazing. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Who's live at the moment? Let's have a look here. I see Loco is playing, looks like custom campaign. So Loco's playing that. I see Roddy's playing Mechabellum. Who else? See, Steadfast is playing one ladder game before wrapping up. Raider. Este Ricardo, papi. Rainer, he's playing League of Legends. He's lost in the rift, papi. He's lost in the rift. Strange is streaming. Ender streaming. Okay, I'm tempted to raid Ender. tempted. Got Esther Rayner. Always lost in the Rift. I see Crimson. True, Crimson streaming. Crimson, he's a Japanese player. We'll give some love to Ender. Give some love. Cavia Napoleon Marquises acampado. Much love, much love. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.